Good day. How are we doing? Turn that down a bit. Hello, hello everyone. How was everyone's weekend? What? Yeah, we got new member badges. You probably missed the last stream. We have new member badges for various different months. What am I doing? Stop making noises at me. There we go. You made it to gold. Congratulations. So that was a successful stream last time then, wasn't it? Really, really need a stream to get a smile kind of weekend. Or has it been that kind of weekend for you, is it? Hey, Rated M, how's it going? I'll be honest, I have been... I woke up yesterday around about 2 p.m. in my quest to solve the jet lag. I was going to pull an all-nighter, just ran out of steam at about 6 in the morning. So I was like, I slept from 6 till about 11, maybe 10. So I'm on about 3 hours sleep. So hopefully tonight we break the jet lag. That's the plan. That's the hope. Chelsea really needs to get it together today. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of an important match. I feel like it's a season-defining match, and we're already behind. Great. Excellent. What's Chelsea's lineup? Sanchez, James is playing. Okay. Disasi, Thiago Silva, Colwell, Caicedo, Fernandez, Palmer, Gallagher, Sterling, Jackson. I mean, it's as good as we've got. Mudryk is, I think, still a little bit injured. That's the only difference I would have, is probably Mudryk in there. It's going to take some time, I think, though. I just don't know if they're... I don't think they're going to be able to do it, you know. They are better, yeah. I just wonder if it's if they should just push James up further up the pitch and just leave him and just keep him up there, right? Instead of trying to I feel like he gets injured by trying to basically play defender and attacker at the same time. Just stick him up front and leave him up there, and just put Gusto behind him, and then run like Gusto double CD with like Colwell if you want, and make Gusto move into midfield or something of that nature. I just feel like James is just better offensively. But, you know, I don't think Chelsea are ready to fight someone like Tottenham at the moment, who are very high on positivity. They really need Nkunku back. I just feel like without Nkunku, Chelsea just don't have a connection between sort of the midfield and the offense. So we'll see. We'll see what's going on. Maybe we get a bit of luck. Maybe we get lucky. Yeah, we often have a little reference to it. Some of us are United fans, some of us are Arsenal fans. I'm a Chelsea fan. So, as painful as it is to state, I am a Chelsea fan. So... we endure the pain that is Chelsea Football Club. I do wonder if Tottenham win today, how far they can go. I don't really feel like they've come up against good opposition yet. I feel like the only team that they fought, I think, was Arsenal. Or was it Liverpool? I know one of them they fought, and basically the game was decided by the ref and the bad referee. And I think it was Liverpool. But outside of Liverpool, they haven't really come up against a good team, because they played Man United when Man United are in terrible form. Chelsea is still trying to figure out what to do. I do wonder. Hey, Saf, as the song says, hope remains. I know, right? Honestly, I think Chelsea will come good once Nkunku's fit. I feel like You know, they loaned João Felix last season as a stopgap until Nkunku came. And then Nkunku was meant to take the lead of like the number 10. And then, you know, in preseason, Chelsea looked really good and they prepared with Nkunku, Jackson, Mudryk. That trio looked really potent. And then we just got Nkunku injured and it just kind of broke the connection. And then once you start the season on a bit of a low with a lot of losses, it's kind of hard to like bring yourself back up to a positive, yes, we can score goals kind of mentality. So we'll have to, I think that's what they're waiting for. They're just waiting for Jackson to come back. And I think then we'll see a different Chelsea. We'll actually see an offensively well-structured Chelsea. Yeah, but I think Liverpool have gone back to what they were when Jurgen Klopp first started. You know, where they were all offense, but they would concede a fair amount of goals. I think that's what they've gone back to a little bit, where it's a little bit more like there's going to be like 6-0 games and then there'll be like really bad games, just because I think they've replaced their entire midfield in one season. They replaced their front line in like 2 seasons. And their defensive lines, you know, Konate's coming through. Van Dijk's not got as much on him as he used to have. So I just think they're transitioning at the moment. But I still think Liverpool are right up there. I mean, Aston Villa's the weird club for me. Because some games, like some weeks, they look like they can be like top 4. And then they go and have a stinker against Bournemouth. And it's a bit like, you can't really figure out what's going on with that club. Sometimes they look really, really good. And then the next breath, they look awful. Football's the one game you can't watch. See, for me, American football's the one game I can't watch. I don't get it. They basically stand around for 25% of the time. I watched the Super Bowl for 25 minutes and they threw the ball for like 2 minutes. I didn't get it. I was like, aren't they meant to be playing the game? American football just confuses me. I feel like they spend more time talking about what they're going to do than doing something. Yeah, Nunez is basically the version of Aston Villa I'm talking about. That one game he came on and basically just destroyed the opposition with 3 goals or 2 goals for us. It's like, okay, this is the Darwin Nunez they spent like 70 million on. And then he goes and drops a stinker yesterday where it's like, dude, just literally touch the ball. That's all you got to do. Like, just touch the ball. It's not hard. It's almost like it's almost harder that he missed. What is your number 1 tip for a person that don't really want to do Hydra? Don't do it. I mean, Hydra is only important if you care about Arena. Because outside of Arena, Stone Skin is not that valuable and protection isn't that important. So, if you don't care about those accessories and you don't, you know, okay, you miss out on some Soul Stones. But that's the only thing about Hydra that's really powerful is the Arena. So if you don't really care about Arena, you don't have to do Hydra. That might disqualify you from some of the top clans when it comes to clan versus clan, but it's kind of like everything in life. If you really don't enjoy it, why are you doing it? If you're working a job 9 to 5 and you hate the job, well, go find a better job. I know it's a bit of a simplistic argument, but it's the same concept, right? You should be working to find what makes you happy and what you enjoy in life. Well, if you don't enjoy it, just don't do it. No one's forcing you to. You know, the game is more than just Hydra. I'll be honest, I do a lot of content around Hydra at the moment. But that's mainly because I don't actually have much else to talk about at the moment in the game, right? Hydra is pretty much the primary piece of content right now that I can actually talk about and do something on, because everything else has been recycled to the point where it's very difficult for me to do like content that isn't just like, hey, this needs to be adjusted, or hey, they've said this. Whereas Hydra, at least, is something that people still struggle with, that I can help with making different contents, different ideas. But so GNU, you don't need too much postscriptum, right? The thing about the thing about Newt is because he's all single target. Remember that stage 20, right? So the cap is not there. So I haven't got him in anything specific, right? If you think Spider, he's just at 259% crit damage. Yeah, he's super fast. Ignore the speed. He's in that speed because he's in Finite. Yours does not. You do not need to go that fast. Mine is going that fast because I needed him in Finite. But the thing about Gnut is he's single target, and if you're doing stage 20 or less, there's no cap. So for that team that you just saw there, might as well spend some gems on it because I need silver. This team you saw here, all I'm doing is I'm using Septimus double. I'm basically using 3 forms of max HP, and we've got Ghost Spawn, right? So he's smacking through here because the boss doesn't have the 10% passive, right? The boss can't stop the passive. So we're just smacking damage down. And then we just drop the defense. Septimus comes in. We've got more than enough to kill it. It would probably... Gnut, if he actually had dropped defense before him, would probably one-shot it. Probably. Right, so if I probably did this, just as an experiment. Because she's faster than him. I don't use him. I don't use her because if she's 3%, it doesn't always guarantee it kills it. Whereas Ghost One can't 3%. I'm pretty sure he just one-shots this. Yeah, see? Pretty much one-shots it. But there's a risk that she doesn't land it. So I use Ghost Spawn because he's guaranteed. Just to makes it makes it 100%, you know? So yeah. What's your opinion about Taunt and Hydra? That is exactly what we're going to be testing in this stream, Happy Tremering. We are going to be testing Taunt in Hydra. Yeah, so this ability can't resist. So we always get decreased defense, which means the combination of this damage will always do it. Should I speed farm? Should I farm Spider stage 10 hard? Can't do 10. I would really try to get your 10 sorted because that's really big for clan versus clan. It's stage 10 hard. Like, it's not... I say it's not too difficult. It's as difficult as required to... if you have the right champions, but actually of all the hard mode dungeons, Spider 10 hard is the easiest one to build because it's just a math game, right? So we're running 30% Gnut, we're running 20% per activation, because when you do activation in hard mode Spider, 10% of it is healed, so normally it would be 30% because it's 10 spiderlings, all of them activate. In this instance, it's 20%. So we've got 20% from Sisia, 20% from Theodore. We've got 30% from Gnut. And then Akimtum is basically finding the final damage by putting Hex up. So he's basically killing all the spiderlings so that they do a 30% nuke as well. So it's 30, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. That is how you kill it. Plus a bit of incidental bonus damage. There are tricks you can do here where you can put like Ruel's Hex to increase the amount of damage the queen takes. If you put Weaken on the queen, she will take more damage when the spiderlings die. I'm pretty sure we put Weaken up when Theodore does his ability, right? Because Theodore's A3 here. If there is no poison or HP burn on the boss, they'll put a Weaken. So we're basically using Theodore to weaken, and then when we kill the spiderlings will do 25% more damage when they die. Yeah, but it's pretty fast and consistent. Like, oops, that's the wrong side. Okay, hang on. We got to try and salvage this now. Should be fine. I forgot to change it to Spider 10 hard. Should be fine. Burn. Activate. Oops, I used the wrong button. Oh boy. Okay, so we somewhat made a bit of an oopsie there, but it should be fine. There we go. Oh, okay, well. we will kill the queen when she eventually dies. There we go. Let's try and pick the right stage, shall we? So yes, this is 5 turns, but it's actually quicker. Like it because it doesn't ever fail. Our attack is locked into my Ice Golem team, and I need to be like 260 speed, which is too fast for Ice Golem. Pretty much 12, 13 seconds most of the time. So yeah, our attack is locked into my Ice Golem team, so he's too slow for this area, because they all need to go before the Queen, so that's why I'm using Dreng. Also, Dreng can't resist, again, so it's all about mitigating 3%, right? This can't resist, so we always get HP burn, which means we always get activation. And because this guy hits 3 times, I'm actually just guaranteeing the Hex always lands, so the Hex can't 3%. Yeah, so we make Gnut go first because we need one turn for the spiderlings to spawn. Then we burn. Guaranteed. Activate, activate, kill. Consistent, regular, reliable. That's what I want. I mean, the problem is, Elfish, do you know what I actually do? You're right, I have a Kaimar. Let me show you my Kaimar. There he is. There's my Kaimar. That's my Kaimar. Can you do it with 2 attacks? Yeah. Basically, you need 1 burn, 2 activations, and 1 kill with Gnut, right? Because that's essentially what we're doing here. We're taking 30% from the boss, give or take. It's pretty near cap, but not quite. Then we're placing burn, so then we get 2 activations. The 2 activations equals 40% damage. Gnut should be taking at least 28%, so that's 68% damage. And then because there's weaken on the boss from Theodore, we're basically dealing 37.5% of the boss's HP when all of the spiderlings die. Now, you might be wondering, how is he killing the spiderlings? My Akimtum is built in a nuke build, so he is built to deal damage. So he finishes them off. And remember, Hex does bonus damage, so they're killing each other when he attacks them, right? So I'll slow it down here so you can see, right? So we're going to max HP nuke. You'll notice it isn't quite at cap. Right, it's not quite at cap because he's lifting it up a little bit, but it's fine because we have excess damage from the weaken. So the burns go out, first activation, notice the weaken is on, so then you'll see, I should really stop that, by the way. I should take her out of Relentless. And then all that bonus damage kills it off. Okay, I can run it one more time. No, weaken won't affect HP burn. Weaken will affect the spiderlings damage when they die, but weaken will not affect HP burn. See, we're not quite hitting the cap, but it's fine because we have excess damage. Activation, activation, again, nuke, nuke, simple. It's consistent every single time because I've got a guaranteed HP burn. If I miss the HP burn, then I'm missing like 20% damage, like I'm missing like 4% damage. It's a numbers game. Spider 10 is always a numbers game. You've got 100% damage, and everything is based off percentages. 1 max HP nuke is 10%. 1 AoE HP burn on 10 burnt spiders is 20%. 1 AoE wave of spider death is 30%. So all you're doing is you're working out where am I getting my percentages from. Hey, Veronal. Someone wanted to see... My Artak is... Anyone see the Artak? I should use the search function. I know. Oh, he's up here, isn't he? Because he's 5-star. So he's built for Ice Golem. So I've gone for as much AoE mitigation as I can get. So ideally, I'd like to move towards Triple Defiant eventually, but this is okay. He is built at 193 speed because he gets so much speed from his passive. What I don't want to do is I don't want him to outrun the buff from Oella, because he's paired with Oella, right? So that's why the resistance is low, because he gets the aura and the buff from Oella, so he doesn't need as much resistance. I don't want him to outrun that buff. So I basically build him at 193 speed, because when he blows up his HP, he's going to get a bunch of bonus speed. You know, he's going to basically get like 20 to 30 extra speed, so that's why he's quite slow, which is why he can't work in that team, because I would need him to be like 260 speed so that he goes before the queen. And you go Akhenaten first and Knut last. You could. Yeah, I suppose you could. Obviously, my Knut is at 290 speed, so it's not really ideal, but you could do that. Yeah, Sulfurian kind of probably replaces Sissia. So, do you have a spreadsheet that explains what to do to get Knut cap? Yeah, Dutchy did a spreadsheet ages ago. It's somewhere linked in the Discord, Jessica, which has all of the different percentages and all the different numbers you need for all the different areas to max out Knut. Like Hydra, hard mode dungeons, all the different Hydra heads, the difficulties, everything. We worked on it. So, yeah, you can use Seer as well. Can you make a beginner's guide for Nether Spider? Davey, let me give you a beginner's guide. Where is he? There's your Nether Spider team. If you've got him, of course. Build him with deflection. Basically get to the boss, but let everyone die. And then all you do is you just unkillable yourself and just watch him. It might take 20 minutes, but you'll do every single difficulty on Nether Spider doing it this way. There are other options. You can use Stultus. He's pretty good at it as well. Probably much faster. But the only thing with Stultus is at the higher stages in certain rotations, the boss doesn't have enough accuracy to beat the boss's own resistance. So Stultus deflects it back, so it means that the boss's stats matter, not his. But yeah, this works great. Basically, stick him in deflection. You can put War Master on him if you want. I used to do this with him at level like 40. You can do it at level 40. It doesn't need to be leveled up. The key thing is he has to be in deflection, but you can see like he's in no build, right? So all you do is I'll show you a quick rundown of it, right? So this is like 290 hard. This is like the hardest floor possible. Okay? All you would do is you would do this. So let's just take him. This could be anyone to wave clear. Then you would get your Paragon. You can go and lead if you want. You can put him with like a HP aura if you want. And then all you want to do is make sure you can stay alive, right? So you might just want to bring a little bit of a bolster there. And maybe you bring... Let's just try that and put like that, right? Actually, let's just do this. So the goal is kill the wave. Oh, I made a mistake, actually. You'll need to AI it. So what you want to do is... Have I got an AI team already built? Oh, look, I have. Look, there you go. Look, Nether Spider, right? So in the AI, turn off his life shackles. You don't want him to use that when you get to round 3, right? Just tell him not to use that. Priority A1 like this. Okay, and then you're just basically building a team that can wave clear and keep it. It just needs to survive the first hit. So... all we're going to do here is we're just going to kill these off. So do something to kill the wave. Nuke. 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 Mine is obviously 60, so it's a lot tankier. But you just have to survive the first blast. That's all you need to do with your Paragon. Once this is like this, right? Now you just want all the team to die. So you manual until the entire team is dead. Okay, that's what we're doing here now. We're just going to manual. I would not recommend you put like a stone skin Asuga. That's just a bad idea. But like, she's in here just to absorb some of the incoming damage. And we just make sure we unkillable ourselves until Asuga dies. I said this could be any combination. It doesn't have to be void legendaries. You basically just want to build someone who can wave clear and someone who can basically like probably someone in a bolster shield would be a good idea. Now, don't put Phantom Touch on him because if he counterattacks with Phantom Touch, he has a nasty habit of triggering the counterattack with the Spiderlings. It will take you twice as long. And this is it now. It's done. So you put it on auto and you go make yourself a cup of tea like I've got here, right? You go make yourself a cup of tea and then you come back in about 20 minutes and it's done. And this will work for every single difficulty and it doesn't even need to be like, it can be like level rank 4. So long as it can survive the first blast so you can get the unkillable up, it can be rank 4. So if you want to run like 3 bolster sets so that it's got a huge shield when you come into the fight, that will work as well. And you can see it's fine. You should be able to craft it though. You should have enough core hammers just to make a... it doesn't need to be like a fancy set. You can run toxic if you don't have deflection. It'll just take longer, right? You can run a toxic set. I find deflection is better because deflection can also extend. The thing about deflection is it can extend the debuff extension. So when you attack the spider, she will extend the duration of your poisons on your target. So you can actually deflect that back at her. So it helps speed up the process. Like for example now, if we can get one here. That extension is what you can spread back. But I mean, as I said, you don't need fancy gear. Mine's more upgraded because I was trying to speed it up. But as long as you've got like a set of deflection with like a couple of bolster sets in your team so that you can survive the first blast of poisons, once you're in this setup, the deflection set is just there as a function. It doesn't matter what stats. Could be a rank 1 common and it would still do it. Hey Scratch. We're going to experiment with a permanent taunt team. That's what we're going to be doing today. Permanent taunt team. Can you just put stone skin on him? You need toxic or deflection elixir because you need to reflect back. Now you could, if you've got dark elf accessories, go for deflection and for stone skin. So that you have a 1-turn stone skin, then you wouldn't even care. That could also work as well. You just need to basically survive the first turn that the boss is going to take. And then you can see it. It'll work permanently. And that will work on every rotation now the spider exists. On every difficulty. And you don't have to invest too much. It's not quick, but it will do it for you. Okay? Yeah, you don't want to try and fight Scratch, trust me. It's not a pretty outcome. Hey Saf, how are you? Managed to pull Arbaeus. Any thoughts on it? Arbaeus. Actually, I've seen some crazy things with this champ. I've seen people solo the stage 15 Iron Twins in about 3 minutes with Arbaeus. I don't know how they did it, so don't ask me for the build. But I've seen some crazy stuff with this chick. This one and Garrel is the 2 that I would really, really like to get. Because they're the ones I think have the most value. Garrel and Arbaeus. Because Arbaeus just can do stuff that no other champion can do in terms of this stone skin and things. And taunt and everything else like that. So... But I have seen it where it can solo Iron Twins. Really, really strong. Yeah, so what I want to test is... We're going to do 2 Hydra keys today. So, we've got a Brutal. What I want to test is... In my Brutal team right now, we are running this. So, I would like to disconnect some of these heroes and take them out. But we need to find a balance with it. So, what I want to do is I want to bring... Emic to begin with. And I also want to bring And I don't know how we're going to fit it all in. We're going to have to figure out a system for this. I want to bring White Dryad near. Okay, this is the kind of the two that I definitely want to bring. I then want Whisper, Val as damage dealers. So it's kind of like these two are the spots to make the team actually work. So we got decreased. The good thing is we've got decreased speed. We have unkillable protections. We have shields. We've got 2 damage dealers, which is great. God, you need a team that can deal. Razzlevarg. Scratch. Razzlevarg. I don't know if Lusa's in chat, but Lusa's Razzlevarg is an absolute disgusting monster in Hydra. It is gross. Razzlevarg's really good. Whisper can do a number. But I would definitely take a look at the rabbit. You rebuilt Nia and Curse was a great option. Whisper together and Nia can reset skills if needed. Yeah. Would you build Thunder for Hydra right now? I can tell you with confirmation, they have no plans to nerf Thunder. That's coming directly from Oracle. He has said they believe that the Thunder team is, quote, difficult to build, therefore it should be fine. I'm not quite sure how difficult it is to build, but basically if you want to invest in Madmans and Thunders, crack on, because they said they're not going to nerf it. They said it's fine, so go for it. How many extenders do you need to make the point? Well, you can't extend Taunt, but you can reset it. Yeah, they're not getting nerfed, so build it. Yeah, I don't really understand Scratch. Like they said, I think he said something that because it was a difficult team to build, the reward should be that it does a lot of damage. I'm like, is it really that difficult, or do you just need to pull the right champions? Is it really, like, in the scale of the 22 billion team and the 10 billion team, yes, there's a scale of building, but we saw that with the Cadaver team. In my opinion, it's just like Cadaver, where if you've got double Yumiko and the Thunder, you're good to go. It's not that complicated to build. Yes, there is a gearing implication, but it's not. It's more about the champions than the gear. So, yeah, I mean, the only thing I've got a problem here is we need a torment solution and we need a provoke. So that's the first thing, right? We need 2 things here, torment and provoke, and that's before we even look at block buffs. We also need a decreased defense option in here. It's an awful lot to cover. And I'll be honest, my experience with Krisk and Duchess lately is I'm not a fan of Krisk and Duchess anymore. I just don't feel like... I mean, Duchess might be really good here, actually. I'm absolutely fine running Duchess here. Because I don't need the Krisk anymore, because we're going to have a 1-turn reset. So it's going to move her into a 3-turn, which is really good. Maybe we can just get away with Krisk and get rid of the Ugo, but then we haven't got a decreased defense that's reliable. Block buffs is the problem, because I really feel like I need block buffs. Then again, the Mischief is always going to be on there. The only problem is I have no HP burns. If I don't have a block buffs, then I'm going to get, like, taunted. Wukong's not built for damage. I manual all of Hydra. In the team suggestion, they optimize the leader on the right hand side or left. It is on the left. Once you get to the actual teams, so when you're looking at the first view, Matthew, it's in scrambled order. When you look at the variations, then it's left to right in terms of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because the first view, you're just looking at combinations of champions, not the teams themselves. When you look at variations, then you're looking at the teams themselves. Yeah, we could throw Kantra. The problem is there's not enough debuffs in this team to set up Kantra. Because we've got, like, weaken and decrease speed. You need, like, 4 debuffs. Will the Terminator steal affect your team? Mischief will be targeting Emic the entire time, and he's got plenty of buffs, so we're fine. Hi, Saf. Hope you're having a good day. So far, I've been trying to convince myself to join in the church, but I'm still on the edge of building her. I'm trying to compare her to Ninja. Shout damages Ninja, my friend. I've seen her put up to 100 million Hydra runs. I've seen some people really push the church to extreme measures. She's really strong. But I think with her, it's all about, can you get her in the right spot, right? Can you get her in a window where she can do a lot of damage to a dead head? One thing I do want to experiment, if we have time and the silver tonight, is also look at rebuilding my Whisper into lethal, because Duchy is a very strong advocate for lethal crush and rend over relentless. So that will be an interesting test to run. You sorted my birthday present in today's video that I posted. Oh, did you? Don't talk to me about my birthday. It's in like 2 months. I'm getting old. I'm already in my 30s. The world's coming to an end. I rebuilt Emic earlier today. I'll show you what it is. Mithral is in my nightmare team, so we can't use her. So this last spot needs to ideally be block buffs, decrease defense, and provoke. No pressure. It's like, or we basically drop the Val for someone like Lydia, but then we lose pretty much all damage sources other than Whisper, and Val is really good for double damage here, so I don't think provoke sets are going to be enough, if I'm being honest. So I'm just trying to think how we can, what champion to fit in there. Like, my block buffs options are limited. Like, we could use Kantra, but she can't set up the provoke. Wukong is built for debuffing, not damage, so it's not ideal. I don't really want to throw Lydia in here because as much as that gives us decreased defense and weaken, it doesn't really give us the... And it gives a single target block burst, but not AoE, so it's not really going to work. We could throw Uko in, but that won't give us decreased defense. We also don't have decreased attack in this team, which is a bit of a concern. You know, obviously Krisk is what we would put in here, I guess. And just forget about the block buffs. Because there's just no space for Ugo. Because these two are almost mandatory. Duchess basically is great because it gives us a torment solution. You know, we could literally just go. Where is he? I don't think he's got a soul. We could do that. Yeah, but then we wouldn't have decreased defense, Scratch. This is already an awkward problem for decreased defense. I don't feel like we get it out enough. So I'm not concerned about attack down, but it's decreased defense and the provokes that I'm a bit concerned about. We could absolutely try this. Because what we will have is Emic reducing the cooldown of the provoke and also the extend buffs. He'll also reduce the cooldowns of Duchess's A2, so that becomes a 3-turn, which is largely the problem with Duchess's A2. It's a 4-turn cooldown. Yeah, I wish I had 200 rack. There is no block buffs, so if we get poison clouded with this head of blight, we are kind of stuffed. We just have to wait it out, which is not ideal. But there's no space to fit an Ugo without dropping one of the damage dealers, and if we drop one of the damage dealers, it's just not enough damage then. So yeah, but Nia will be only reducing Emic. Nia's only going to be reducing Emic all of the time. She'll never reduce anyone else. So she'll always reduce Emic. No, Lydia's not used, but Lydia's not AoE block buffs. That's the problem, and we haven't got any debuff spreading here, so that's not really going to work. You know, the other option is we basically put accuracy on Whisper, drop the Val so that we get like a Lydia, That will give us stability as well because we get strengthen. And then we can bring in like a block buffs champion. But then Lydia's conflicting with Ugo, right? So if we were to bring in Ugo, which one is it? A 2-star one. Where is she? 2 stars. Somewhere here. There. No, that's the 3-star one. There's a 2-star one. Oh, she's in the vault. That's why. There's 2 of them. So if we do that, that's great for the setup. But then we haven't got any provokes. So we could drop Val. But then that slot needs to be a damage dealer with weaken or decreased, like with weaken basically. Or just a straight damage dealer. Which I don't really know. Who to bring, you know? I mean, we could bring Razelvarg, but then we have no provoke. I mean, we've got decreased defense, block buffs, decreased speed. If we put Near in cursed, maybe Hex, so maybe we can set the Cantra up and then just run Cantra here, but it's very low damage profile then. Oh, nice army. That's the only concern that I have is I've got 3 supports and then Ugo's a 4th support. Nekma's in my nightmare team, we can't use him. So I really feel like I need 2 forms of damage. So it's just trying to find the 3rd position in here to make it work. You know, we could just forget the block buffs and bring a burn. Right? We can't use Tumas yet, we've already used her. But we've got Artak we could use. We could bring Michinaki, and then we wouldn't need a curse set. And we could just run Michinaki in this team. That's got a buff cleanse, we have a decreased defense. Actually, Michinaki might be. Maybe Michinaki. We get decreased defense, decreased attack, burns, hex. We wouldn't really, and then a 3rd damage source. We don't really need block buffs as long as we can burn everyone out, right? So as long as we're smart with the way that we're attacking. Why provoke? Because he'll cleanse, and I don't want him to cleanse. So whilst he'll always attack, and he won't actually attack the Emic because he will bypass taunt and attack the lowest HP. Because his default overrides the taunt. Well, I don't want to lose... here's the thing, Blaze. I don't want to lose Duchess because that gives me a Torment solution, which Shamael would, but it also gives me increased attack, which is what I want for... I mean, I want it for Val more than I need it for Whisper. I reckon maybe he's... And he's built for... he is built for Hydra, so we've got him at 258 speed, 236%. A little bit low defense, but he is in Relentless here as well. But you can see he's got loads of accuracy, which is great. So all I need to do is rebuild the White Drynear. So let's go with this team here. Let's just configure it as Duchess. Two-star Ugo. We don't have a provoke, but we can probably just, like, kill that head really quickly, maybe. Or we can run someone in provoke sets. We'll have a look now. Val, Whisper, and then Emic, Trunkard. Okay, just so that I've got spared. So... Wait, what have I done wrong here? No, Ugo. What am I doing? No Ugo. I was confused then for a second. Where's White Drynear? Hydra, there we go. So we need to build her. I could build her and provoke. I don't really find... The thing is, with provoke, you need people that are going to be attacking all the time. So if she's doing A2, she ain't attacking. And it's the same thing with Emic. When he does this, he doesn't attack. So you lose half the value. Because every other turn, she isn't going to be provoking because she's going to be doing this ability. So that's not really viable. This is for Brutal. We're running a team without block buffs. The only thing you need block buffs for is if you can't control the Mischief Head and you haven't got a HP burn. But we got Michinaki with burn. So it's fine. We could run, but I feel like Michinaki needs Relentless. He needs Relentless. You know, Michinaki right now is built for... He's built in Relentless. Also for Wrathhead. Yeah, but I feel like as long as, like, I'll be able to strip buffs with Michinaki, and then I'll have decreased attacks. As long as you have decreased attack and you strip the buffs, is absolutely fine. You can't block the Vengeance buff. You just need to make sure you don't die when he has the attack buff up. So Michinaki will cover that. No, I don't want to drop the increased attack because we'll get a lot of damage on Val. Does proc... No, Provoke doesn't proc multi-hit anymore. It's single chance. I mean, we absolutely can go without a Provoke and just let the Mischief... just try to kill the Provoke head as quickly as possible. And just deal with the cleanse. We could do that. What about survivability? Well, we have unkillable buff on all allies for 2 turns. We have a shield buff on all allies for 2 turns. We can grow that shield. So I think we're all right. We also have, if we need it, ally protection and strengthen. We also have veil and AoE damage reduction. We'll also have decreased attack on 2 champions. I think survivability is absolutely fine. This is brutal. We'll see. We'll see. I think we'll go with this. The only thing we need to build first is Nia. The good thing is we don't need her in Cursed. We could try her in Provoke. I do like her in a healing set, though. Like, Guardian would be good on her. Because of her passive, if she heals, all allies get healed. So if you have, like, a Guardian set on her, then every time she takes a turn, she's going to heal everyone. Which is actually quite nice. So right now she's in a bolster set. I don't really know. If not, we could swap for Tila. We could swap for Tila. We would lose the the buff removal though. You're unkillable, so don't need heals. Yeah, but Whisper will outrun the unkillable. Gotta remember, we're running Whisper. Whisper will outrun the unkillable pretty much all the time. So it's not like I'm building 100% unkillable here. Gotta keep that in mind. How whatever master is like. That's probably about right. Yeah, but Taunt won't stop AoE damage. Juggernaut. You'll see what I mean. You still... the unkillable is a side effect, not the goal. I think we kill the Provoke head pretty quickly anyway. If not, we'll reset our abilities back quickly again. So I think what I'm going to go with is... make sure this is going to the right display. Oops. Oh. There we go. Properties. Go. Oh, what is going on here? My source is all over the place. a second, I'm just fixing this. OBS is having a little bit of a funny 5 minutes. There we go. Why is that? Bear with me. Professional streamer hard at work. Like that. And then bring that into there. I don't know how I messed this up so much, but I have done. That'll do. That'll do. No, it won't. I need it to be over there. You go away. Oh, it's there now. What am I doing? Go away. I've no idea what that is. What? What? I don't know. It works. That's all I care about. It's been a long day. So we want to basically go to Hydra rotation 2, say like brutal. It'll be like 15% of that. Defense weak and stats. How fast is Emic? So we want her to be just below Emic speed. So it needs to be like 265. We do need accuracy, so in order for this, we need this. Hydra. Rotation 2, I don't know, brutal. So we need like 300. Was it 320? 320. Let's go 320. Don't really care about resistance. I'd like 100% crit rate. 2600 defense minimum. Slots. I think she's wearing the best accessory she could possibly wear right now. Accuracy. I think she's wearing the best. We gotta be careful. We have like no silver, so we're working with what we've got. That'll do. So we'll take that away. I don't really want any flat stats. Don't want attack. I don't mind any of those. I don't want attack. Don't really want resistance. HP can stay. It's fine. Sets. I do want Guardian on her. Glyphs, we don't really have many, so we'll do 2, 7. Excellent. Let's see what we get here. Oh, I need a priority. 1. That's about right. Hi Zap, do you know if Ruel's passive is working on Hydra, where he reduces speeds for hikes on Hydra? It does. It actually works on Clan Boss as well. Hey Sab, what happened to your video about the new Battle Pass advert you saw? I was looking for it all weekend. The new Battle Pass advert. Oh, I forgot to record it, Matt. To be honest, my brain has been all over the place. I'm still not sure if it's just an ad, but I will record it. I need to find it again. It comes up to Instagram as like an ad. It's pretty good. Lose a bit of defense. It's fine. We could probably put like 2, 2, 1. Can you explain how Trund and Madman do so much damage for other people? They can't even tickle my fight. Daisy, go check out the last video I released on my channel. That will explain to you exactly how to scale the Trunder and Madman damage. If you watch that video, you'll understand what you need to do to scale it. There's also a Google Sheet where you can put in your numbers, so it will tell you how much you can do. It's the last video I uploaded on the channel, on this one. I think I prefer more HP, to be honest. Like if I put like a little bit more emphasis, I don't mind a little bit of crit damage, but I want a lot more HP. Hey Seth, question with Whisper. If I'm going to use it in Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss, would Dracomorph or Fane be better paired with her? Depends on the team. Most teams can't really work with her unless she's on her own, right? The best team that she fits into is Deacon Eater. If you're doing a traditional team, then you won't get as much value out of her. You're better off just running Draco on your own and then just running a team around it. But it really depends on like the whole team Ravenwolf. So if you can like lay out the exact team you're using, then that will be helpful. Yeah, Vizier has a use. You use him as Astrolith in Arena. So Astrolith puts one of her unresistible bombs out and then Vizier spreads them. That's what Vizier is used for. Yeah, that looks better. I like this one. Let's use this build. Who are we stealing from? Lydia, Countess Lix, one of the Ugos, don't know which one that is, and one of the Cold Hearts. Maybe we can do it without stealing from the Cold Heart. That would be wonderful. This one's pretty good. Can we... It's going to steal from the Cold Heart. It's fine. We can find a replacement for that. This looks good. Okay, so... Let's lose all of our silver. We've got about 4 mil left. Not much. We'll see how it goes. Right, so Guardian first. Guardian. So we need to steal Lydia's weapon. Try on. We need Kyoku's helm. Try on. We need this. Oh, it's not leveled. That one. Try on. And then the chest, which we're going to steal from Cold Heart. So we need to replace Cold Heart's chest. Then we have 2 speed sets. One with Ugo, which is, I hope, the weak Ugo. We'll find out. If not, we could just put some speed boots on my other Ugo. And we need to do crit rate, HP percentage. That's not the right one. Crit rate, attack. That one. Try on. Cool. That's good. Continue. Right, let's just go repair the champions. So we need to give 14 speed back to one of the Cold Hearts. This one. I have way too many Cold Hearts. And they're all ascended as well. So we need attack percentage, speed, crit damage. It's too much speed. Not enough. Oh, it's a bolster piece here. It's terrible. Sell that. Okay, well, it doesn't really matter about crit damage. I just need to make sure she's got the same amount of speed. Too much. It's too little. We said 14 speed, right? 11 plus 3. So we can just give her 1 speed glyph there, that'll do. Just give her one of those. I don't actually, so the thing is, I don't know if I'm using this particular one. So we just kind of leave it there. I probably am not using it, but we'll just leave it there just in case. And then one of the Ugos lost a boot. Is it the main Ugo or the second Ugo? That's the question. It was the second Ugo, so that's fine. So we can drop her. And Lydia lost a shield, so let's just give Lydia a shield back. Her weapon. So she lost basically Guardian. Crit rate. So one with like crit rate. ID with speed. There you go. Give it that back. Excellent. Okay, so all we need to do now is upgrade this. I still need to upgrade it because I really don't want it to be speed. Nice. I needed to upgrade it because I've still got to do the artifact enhancement. Okay, now we just layer up some speed glyphs. It's not a great one. Just glyph her up a bit. She needs to be basically a little bit slower than 268. She's kind of sitting at. I think actually why she's good, right? Hydra. She could do with a little bit more accuracy. So we'll just throw that on here. Give her that. And give her that. Okay, and this. It's not bad. It's a little bit slower than I want. 267. It's okay. I'm sure it'll be fine. We can definitely glyph this up a little bit. Okay, so we're at like 61k HP, 3k defense, 2 to 68 speed, 189. That's about as where I want it to be. Masteries look good. How much more do we need to do for the artifact enhancement? That's the question. So I might as well upgrade some accessories if we have to do... How much do we need? We need 2 upgrades of accessories within 1.8 million. That's ambitious. But we'll risk it for a biscuit. Ooh, that was painful. We didn't even get it. 1.8 million. Brutal. Brutal. Sorry, guys. I'm tired today. So if I fuck up like that, sorry. Right, so as I was saying, 61k HP. Should be in the right screen now. What's going on here? What have I done now? Oh my god. Give me a second to figure out what I'm doing. Game. There we go. I need to change my key of commands. It's fine. I need to change my key commands because I'm using a different input to make it better for me to see on my big screen because I got a big ultra wide screen now. Right, so as I was saying, after messing it up and nobody seeing, let me just check if I missed any things. Saf, have you run a Corvus team? I don't have Corvus, but I know he's a very good champion for Clan Boss. Unfortunately, I don't have him. Can Vizier spread bombs that Gnishak weak hits due to affinity? Vizier will spread whatever bombs on the target so long as he doesn't weak hit, I think. Saf, would you ever build 2 Septimuses? Yes, for Spider 20, but he's also quite good in Arena a little bit. But no. He's not the best anymore. He needs a rework. Would taking my Arbiter from 307 to 324 make a difference in Arena logo for or still not matter? Every speed that you can get 42 stack on Arbiter is worth it. So yes. If she doesn't go first, all that speed is useless. So you might as well try and get as much as you can. Cool. Yeah, loads of people telling me I'm a terrible content creator. Are glyphs drops better in 21 than 20? No, Alex. Faction War, the only difference between 20 and 21 is the materials for the forge, not the glyph drop rates. So if you want more forge materials, you run the boss level. Or if you're in CVC, you always run the boss level for CVC. So, yeah. Can you ask players to put abbreviations on tab 2? I don't know what you mean by that. Not sure what you mean by that, Ross. I did it. I confirmed Spider 10. Just need... Sorry. There you go, Subaru. Cool. Soul Reap is very good for like catching the last 10%. So if you're like 10, like it's a math game. Spider 10 hard, and I say this a lot, it is all about maths. How do you reach the 100%? What combination of champion abilities and champion skills are you using to reach the 100%? So if you can like save yourself 10% with Soul Reap, then that's good. It's just math game. That's another form of the percentage you're going to get. So I like your content. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad you do, Lonnie. Thank you. Do you think that Ogrin Grunch would be good with... No, Grunch's multipliers for his bombs are terrible. Grunch is awful. That's the problem with Grunch, is it's just multipliers are bad. I would 100% build 2 Harimas. Oh, I see what you mean. Basically, ignore abbreviations and just open on total stats. Yeah, that would be helpful. I agree with you. Yeah, Ross, I absolutely agree. If I remember correctly, Astaroth only needs attack and speed. Yes, her bombs are unresistible, so she'll always place the bombs. They're just single targets. You have to spread them. Is there a way I can see all the champions? Is there a way I can see all champions I'm using in one place? The optimizer is the best way to look at champions, I find. So yeah, so that's the build we're going to go with. It's a little bit slower than Emic, but only by about 10 speeds. It's fine. Enough accuracy. Cool. Guardian is great. The reason why I wanted Guardian is she's going to heal by 10% every turn. Okay? Which means when she heals herself, she heals all allies by 20% of that heal. Which means every time White Dryad takes a turn, all allies get 2% of her HP. So that's going to be 2% of 61,000. So 61,000 times 0.2. It means all allies are going to get 1,200 healing. Now, that's not crazy amounts, right? It's not mental. It's a little bit of a top-up, but when you realize that my Whisper only has like 37,000 heal, it's like 10% of her healing, give or take. It's like 5% to 10% of her healing. So it's quite nice to just top up the healing a little bit. Plus, we're going to be draining a little bit of damage away from the team, so it just keeps them in a good position. Can I do a Church of Whisper Faction Wars 21 video? It's the only boss I don't farm. When is Night Rev open? Yes, I will do it for CVC, because I'd have to do it anyway, so I'll do it for CVC. No way to export. No, there isn't any way to export right now, RS. If you have ideas or you needed to do a specific thing, feel free to DM me, and we can, discuss what you're looking for, and maybe there's a way to work around it. Hey, Daniel. Right then, so should we try this? Let's see how it goes. It could be an absolute disaster. Hi, Saf. How did you start playing Raid? It was the start of the COVID lockdown. I was working in a training company at the time that used to be in an office, and I was working from home. And I always used to like having like a side game of some sort. I used to play back in the day, like the old Facebook style games like We Farm and We Zoo and those kind of things. And I used to like min-max them to the nth degree. Like I had spreadsheets for like the best ways to farm and best ways to get different things. But I kind of stopped playing that, so I was looking for that type of game. And I saw an advert for Raid, played it for a little bit. I think like one of the content creators were playing it on stream. Played it, and I got hooked, because obviously, you know me. And then one thing led to another, and now 4 years later, I'm still playing it. So, now it's like We Farm, it's like city builder style things. Right, so the concept of this team is we permanently maintain taunt, which means that we never get consumed. That's the key, right? So Emic is in protection set, but he's also in high resistance. So instantly what we do is this, get some hex out. I'm going to wait for the first AoE cleanse before I weaken. There's that resist. Now, the only thing we got to watch out for is hopefully Taunt should guarantee that we always have enough buffs on there so that Whisper doesn't get picked off, right? Because he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So the crit rate buff is normally the problem. Now, this is what I said about Unkillable. She's always going to outrun the Unkillable buff. Absolutely nothing we can do about it. So, but here's the cool thing. Because we have 1 and 2 turn cooldowns, everything is going to be much easier to build. And hopefully she's not going to kill herself on the reflect. Hopefully she didn't. So taunt goes back out. Reset the taunt. So you see why I wanted Emic to be very close to White Dryad Nia's speeds? Because we wanted to make sure that it always went taunt, reset, reset, taunt, reset, reset. That's the way we're building this. Now that fear is a problem. I didn't really think about the fear. So I don't know whether that's going to break things. We'll find out. That is quite annoying. Right, so we can start killing some heads here now. Okay, so we're all right so far. That fear is going to be annoying. Damn torment head. And you can't resist the fear either, which is the real frustrating part. See, this is the problem with not having a very good like thankfully we're back in flow now. So as long as he doesn't take the fear debuff, we're absolutely fine. But if he takes the fear debuff, then it's a problem. And now this is the friggin' problem as well. We haven't got control of the mischief head. Yeah, but I lose so much by getting rid of Duchess. You lose a lot of defensiveness. You lose the increased attack for Val. You know, I mean, we could just bring Shamael, I guess, but once it's in the right setup, should be absolutely fine. This is the setup here, right? So you can see we've got 0 consumption counter. We can basically smash this for some damage. Right, he's gonna die, so we might as well smack you for some damage. But we're just not... This is where buff extension is just a little bit better. We're just not sustaining the veil, which is what I'd like. Taunt goes back out. Extend there. Protect that. Now we start smacking this head. There's weaken. Decrease defense out. Smack the head. Reset him. Cleanse it off. Reset everyone else. That's the nice thing about Emic, is you're also getting an AoE 1-turn reduction. So it should mean that we do sustain these things, but if we're getting relentless procs and various different things, which is what we've got set up here, that's when it gets a little bit more funky, because we're outrunning our own buffs. But this should do some damage now. We should start scaling the damage now that we've killed a head. But you can see, like the setup that I was looking for is working. We're going to get a full cleanse in a minute. There's nothing we can do about that. We're just trying to maximize as much of the damage as we can get. Okay, so this is like the worst case scenario now, because we've got to deal with Poison Cloud. And, you know, it's all about whether the burn is going to go out. And get rid of those buffs. The cleanse is going to come in a minute unless we can kill that head. Reset that. Can we kill this head? Oh, I'll tell you what we can do. We can kill the Mischief Head. That drops the turn meter. That buys us some time. Reset. Throw that out. Smash this. I just want to kill the Provoke Head so we don't get a cleanse. Hit that. Theoretically. Oh, really? 10 HP? Are you absolutely brute? Oh! It's fine. We've got a head we can attack. That's brutal. Like, so brutal. Like, literally about to kill the head. And now we can't do as much damage because we lost the Hex debuffs. Oh. So, like... No words for that. So frustrating. But can you... This is the setup I was talking about. We can basically set it up so we never get consumed. We still haven't been consumed yet. The only thing that was potentially risk for us was if we got feared. Big damage here. Shame we haven't got any Hex out. Or we do have one Hex out, actually. But because we're not extending the buffs, we're not actually sustaining block debuffs up enough. So this is going to be like the worst setup possible here, right? So we've got no solution for the Poison Cloud, no solution really for the Wrath Head, no solution for the Provoke Head. So this is like the worst combination of heads possible. So let's see how it copes with this. Might as well just kind of like hold off a sec. Again, reset. Reset. How would you never get feared or consumed? I mean, well, you never get consumed because the taunt is always up. So they can't consume you if the taunt head is up. Right? So you're never going to get consumed at all. I was expecting that. That's fine. Because what we can do is we can get rid of that increased attack, which is the main thing. Taunt goes up. I really want to kill this head first, if I can. That's going to hurt. It's fine. So we get rid of that now. Or we cannot because we've weak hit. I should have waited, actually. I made a mistake. So we reset. Reset everyone else. Get one burnout. Can start throwing out some this. Yeah, so basically, as long as taunt is always up, we will never get consumed. And if you never have to worry about the consumption counter, that is the enraging counter, right? That's what normally ends a run, is when you are out of... I'm actually going to smack this a little bit. His outrun is unkillable, which is great. Okay, there was the smack. We survived it. And then we can remove all the buffs. And now all we have to do is kind of like just keep Val alive. But if he dies, it's not the end of the world because we can always revive him. I just want to get rid of the Poison Cloud head, basically. Again, that out. That out. That. Might as well smack this head because it can do some damage, get some healing. Drop this. I don't really mind if the Suffering Head fully heals. I'm fine with that. Provoke goes back out. We have Unkillable. I'm actually going to just do A2 here because I don't want her to die. And she got a Relentless proc anyway. Never mind, we might as well kill it. Gets rid of the Poison Cloud. Might as well start smacking him about. So far, we've basically... We will probably lose Whisper here. We didn't. Okay. See, that's what I mean about the Wrath Head. As long as you can get rid of the buffs, it doesn't actually matter in terms of damage, right? If you have decreased attack and you've got rid of the buffs, you don't need to block buffs because you can't block the Vengeance buff anyway. Now we can get back on some damage here. Drop that out. Some Hex. I should have watched for the cleanse, but it's fine. Get decreased speed back out. The provoke goes back out. It's really clever, right? We're never ever going to get consumed. Ever. This team will never ever get consumed. So I can basically do this until I die or not die. And it's not killing me because we've got Emic providing shields. We've got Guardian Nia providing heals and shields. We've got Duchess passive. We have Unkillable. And even if we lose some people and that consumption counter jumps to someone else, it doesn't matter because they can never consume you. The only way this fails is if we lose the taunt buff. So as long as we never lose the taunt buff, we're absolutely fine. And as long as you have to manual it, right? Because Nia will never on auto do what you want her to do. So you just have to be mindful that, you know, Fearhead is a problem. Like here, for example, I'll take a smack there because I can. We'll get rid of the buffs, or we won't because we we start smacking him. Throw out decreased speeds. And again, taunt goes back out. So the shield and Unkillable is actually really strong as well. See, that's basically kept her alive. And then we basically do that. So the only risks are the fears, basically. If we ever get in a situation where the fear comes out and we're not able to actually keep the rotation going, that's the risk. Otherwise, this team should never fail. Like there, we kind of had a fear, but it's fine. Just do that. My monitor's trying to turn itself off. Taunt goes back out. What if Emic gets consumed? Emic can't get consumed because the counter is on Whisper. So Whisper is the only one that can get consumed. Let's do that. I want you to smack this Wrath Head. And it's not really a problem if Whisper dies now. We'll test it, right? Whisper will probably die at this point. So as long as that doesn't jump to Emic, it's fine. And we can just revive back up. Is it ideal that he died? No. But it's not the end of the world, right? Now this is the problem, True Fear. This is the major problem right now. We need to taunt on the next turn. We're going to have a True Fear. Because it didn't work in rotation because I had to revive. Let's get rid of this Wrath Head. So this is basically the only risk right now. But it's actually not a problem because we reset the counter. So it didn't fail anyway. So if that failed, it was okay. We could have worked around it because the counter was reset. So there is a fail risk. I think this Fearhead is the biggest problem. Because I'm not running Shamael, the risk of a fear is incredibly high. So really, I need to just ignore the fact that I've got a dead head out right now. Just try and take out this head because it's causing too many problems. It's causing so many problems for me that I have to kill that head. That didn't help. Well, I guess we're just smacking this head for a little bit. It's probably still better just to run that even. Like right now, we're basically getting feared completely because we can't sustain the Veil buff. We're kind of dependent on lasting gifts for the Veil buff, basically. Smack that because we can for some damage and healing. Again, see, there's the fear. That's the problem. We got feared. We didn't reset him, so now we're not going to have taunt for a turn. So perhaps I have to drop the Duchess in order to make this safe, because it is a risk that if this head is up, we have problems. Because I'm going to lose taunt for a second here. And there's nothing I can do about it. So I'm basically going to just A1 for the time being, because I've still got fear on me, which is an absolute nightmare. So now this is the first time that I don't have the taunt up because of the fear head, which is just a pain. And now we're gonna have a few messy stages here, but we can put it back up now. And then hopefully get rid of this head. Yeah, Emic is normally the mischief tank. But this fear head is an absolute freaking nightmare. There we go. No more fears. So now we just got to restabilize. Oh, she almost got herself killed off the reflect. Back into rotation now. We should be good now. I hope we're good, actually. I don't know if we are. We'll find out. Let's get rid of the buffs. Throw that out. Anyone I can attack? No, so we just do this. We might as well just do that. She's doing her thing. She's totally doing her thing. Taunt. I don't know if it's out of rotation now because of the fear. We'll find out. What about Pythian instead of Duchess? Pythian, it doesn't solve the problem of fears. Reset. Yeah, we're fine. Yeah, we're back into rotation now. It's good. So far, this entire fight, we've been consumed 0 times. And because we're not getting consumed, we're getting far more uptime on Whisper than we would normally get. Okay, so we get Poison Cloud. This is when I kind of want to get rid of the Provoke Head. Taunt. Veil up. We haven't got a Fear Head. That's a good news. Fear Heads are the worst. We kind of just want to try and get rid of this Provoke Head as quickly as possible. Just so we don't have to deal with it anymore. Hopefully this should finish it off. Not quite. This should finish it off. There we go. Right, so no more provoking we have to worry about. The Poison Cloud is a problem, but it's not the end of the world. Reset. Reset. And the nice, as I said, the nice thing about Emic is, okay, we got a bit unlucky there because for some reason he decided to roll and attack that. Just clear it off. No, can't clear it off. Increase speed, nice. That buff wasn't great. It wasn't great to lose that, but it's not the end of the world. Just throw that out there. Boof. If we did run Shamael, we would also lose the block debuffs from. I don't mind that the Suffering fully healed, to be honest. I absolutely don't mind. Because probably the Suffering is the least problematic head. Okay, we got Wrath, not too bad. I kind of just want to get some setup back in here now. speeds. I need to get Hex out, basically. Provoke. The taunt. No, kind of just... I should have A3 there. That was a bit of a mistake. It's fine to do that. Okay, let's just smack this head for some damage, I guess. I shouldn't have done that. It was a waste of an ability. Reset. Let's try it. Why is he resisting? It's really annoying. I think he just 3%ed the buff removal, which is kind of a pain in the backside. Okay. I would really like it if we could get some Hex out on the Mischief Head. That's what I'm trying to kill right now. Well, we can pump some damage on this head. Actually, we might as well do A3 here, just to get an extra turn. And then pump some damage on probably the most problematic head, which is Poison Cloud Head. Get some burns out. And then just keep smacking his head for some more damage. Right, can we... There we go. That's what I was after. See, sometimes Emic just doesn't have enough buffs, which is a bit weird. So I need to check the buffs. It's probably just the way that the buffs are falling with Duchess. But if we kill off the Mischief Head, we reset turn meters, which is nice. So it gives us some chance to get that back. We might as well smack this head to get some damage out. Reset. We didn't get rid of the buffs, which kind of sucks, but it is what it is. Reset on this so that we can smack this. It's looking good so far. It's pretty stable. The only risk, as I said, is the Fear head coming out. As long as we have a solution for that. If you can find a replacement for Nia's full auto. Yeah, I think the problem is if anyone else, like Yumiko maybe, but you basically need a 2-turn cooldown AoE on the way that it's rotating. I don't know if that's possible with what we've got here. This is brutal Hydra. It's a shame we had decreased attack there. Might as well just keep attacking this single target. Oh, look at him go with relentless procs. It's just like, I can do this all day. Reset. Boom. A1. See, I don't really need White Dryad Nia's ally protection, but if we needed it, we could put it up for the Wrath Head. If it required it. But so far, we're 122 turns in, and we have never been consumed. Not a single time have we ever been consumed. I'm assuming Dwed in the Rune would not be viable. He's a 1-turn cooldown. I think you need a 2-turn cooldown to make this viable. Like, the thing about Emic as well, which I think can't be underrated, you get an unkillable. It's the A2. That's the main thing that I think is really, really big. Because what you're doing is you're giving all of your allies a cooldown reduction. So I'm actually cycling twice as fast back to my damage dealers because essentially I'm able to, like, I'm cycling twice as fast because I'm essentially able to rotate my abilities twice as fast, but I wouldn't have been able to. Now, I really want to kill the Wrath Head right now because we're going to get Provoke Heads, and I do not want to be fighting the Wrath Head with the Provoke Head. So I'm going to try and nuke the Wrath Head out as quickly as I can without killing my champions. I really need a Okay, well, we couldn't do it. It's fine. It's not the end of the world. Reset. The shield as well, it is powerful. Like, you're getting quite a chunky shield here. Decrease speed. I'm trying not to hit him right now until I can get some debuffs out. You can also use Near's A3, which don't attack. So, yeah, exactly. That's when I would use it. If I was afraid of getting a fear. Oh, that shield is a problem. Reset. I'm trying to avoid proccing him at the moment until I can get some debuffs out. Right, now we can get some debuffs. Hex out. Now we can smack it, because I don't mind now. Increase speeds. Whisper. Take out the Wrath Head. Still took damage even though that did that. Don't kill yourself off it, please. Do not kill yourself on the Reflect. Now go smack this for some damage. You go smack that. At the moment we can't hit it until we can cleanse it. Now we can cleanse the buffs away. Now we can kill it. I'm actually incredibly impressed with how viable this team could be. This could be an answer for a lot of people. Because essentially, to make this team work, you only need a fusion champion, which is a recent one, so most players, if they went for it, would have it, and an epic void, which, okay, it's an epic void. I'm not saying everyone has access to epic void champions, but it's better than void legendaries, right? It's better than your Grisors, your Acrisias. You know, it doesn't require a Trunder, it doesn't require Yumikos. And you can see, I can run this forever. I could run this all the way through to the turn count because I'm never getting consumed. Now, I will argue this kind of qualifies under my bracket of, is it breaking the game mechanics, right? So part of my brain is going, this doesn't feel correct because essentially I'm bypassing the mechanic for consumption. Which, you know, some people were saying, do you have to nerf everything? God, he just hit for 1.3 million damage. He out-damaged a Whisper then. That's crazy. So part of me is a bit like, this is like... If I'm true to my principles of game design, this is like totally in breach of game design, and it probably shouldn't be the case that you can do this. But the other part of my brain is like, well, it's actually not like many champions can... It's very difficult to enable this, right? I don't think it works unless you have Emic. So I don't know. The real question is, can it be auto-friendly? No, not with Nia. Unless you can find someone who can put a 2-turn reduction. That's the key. It needs to be 2 turns onto an Emic. Then I don't think it's auto-friendly. I'm sure there's better... Like, I'm sure when some of the bigger brains get a hold of this concept, they can probably figure out a way to get more damage out of it than I am. But I've never been so successful with keeping Whisper damage going as I have with this. I feel like I'm able to do significant damage when the heads are dead at the moment, which is rare. Okay, so we've got Poison Cloud. This is great. We like Poison Cloud. Poison Cloud is actually not as problematic as I thought it was going to be. It's the Torment Head that's the most problematic. I think it's only the Torment Head that can really stop this team. Probably the Cleanse Head is not great either. You know, I should probably be focusing this Cleanse Head, but Mischief is also nice to kill because you just kill it so fast. What if you had 2 Emics or a Ruach? Maybe 2 Emics and a Ruach, because Ruach does 2 turns. Right, this is the most annoying setup now. We're just going to wait 2 turns. This is like the worst setup. Because you just gotta wait. Why did I do that? It was a waste. Oh wait, I could put Hex out on this champ. Cool. That's why I've got Emic in a protection set, by the way. Just in case, trying to mitigate the 3%. I don't have any Hydra Clash accessories yet. But that's what I would do. Well, we might as well smack this head, because we can do some damage to it. Maybe we can stop it from... we can probably stop it. We can probably kill the Suffering Head, actually. Nice. Let's go. You know, the only thing is, what I wanted to do was actually test Whisper in lethal, right? Like lethal crushing rend. But part of me just wants to keep this key because I'm already half an hour into it. I don't want to restart. Why kill Suffering? Just because I could. I'm not like happy. I'm not like, you know, I must keep it alive. But it'd be nice if I kept it alive, you know? Ooh, can I kill this head? Oh, nearly. Cleanse. Oh, really? Life barrier. Sometimes these heads just there to troll me, honestly. Oh, we might as well go back smacking this head for a bit. Ouch. Boof. Boof. We're gonna go smash this head up for a bit of damage. I could hit turn cap with this team. Yeah, the problem is, Dutchy, if I want to test it, I have to stop this run. I don't know if I want to. I mean, I could if I stopped it right now and rerun it, basically. We'd have to farm some silver first. Honestly, Lusa, I don't think the provoke is actually that much of a problem. So far, the only thing that's really been a problem has been the Torment Head. The rest of this has been absolutely fine. The Torment Head has been the one that has caused the most, like, oh god, it's going to fail moments. Getting a cleanse doesn't actually cause too many issues for me. What we'll do is I'll hit 100 million. I'm going to stop, take a screenshot, and then we'll have a look at a Whisper rebuild. Like, I could go for, like, what are we at? Boss turn count 175. What kind of boss turn count do we get to before we start seeing the turn counter? Because it's not just the boss turns, is it? It's ours turns. Charmael would have to replace Duchess, but you would take more debuffs. 250. With that type of Emic, then I will be able to get somewhere. Which type of Emic? This is just in protection Emic. About 200 the way you're going, north of 200. Yeah, so, like, let's just run it. Let's just run this until we see the warning. So then we can kind of get an idea of how much we can actually get into a single run, right? Because that's the concept here. We've basically done an entire run and we have never been consumed. Not once have we been consumed this run. 1 million damage there. 1.2 million damage there. Provoke. Oh wait, I must have Cycle of Magic. Oh, I might be out of rotation there. We'll find out. I probably shouldn't have Cycle of Magic on I may have made a mistake then, but I think it's okay. I think I cycle a magic or something because it was a different rotation. I think it's fine. As long as I go back into that and I just basically A2 now. Oh, that provoke was not great. I'll be honest, that provoke was a bit awkward. I think I broke my rotation. I think I broke my rotation. Because I don't think he's got taunt available to me. Get rid of those buffs. No, we weak hit. Okay, this is the worst possible scenario. We broke everything because I messed up the rotation because I got Cycle of Magic. So we are going to get consumed for the first time. Because I broke my... I put Cycle of Magic on him, which meant I used Taunt when I shouldn't have. And then I had a Provoke on Nia, which meant that I couldn't actually use the ability. Thankfully, it's not the end of the world, because one consumption at this point is not a major problem. But it's not ideal. Especially when we just got, like... things. So we got to put it back into rotation here now. Which it should be at this point. I think, but it may have just been permanently messed up because I did that wrong. So Cycle of Magic is bad. Do not put it on your Emic. Right, that's back out. So this... No, I think we're alright. We're back into rotation now. 5, because it's the first consumption. And again, if you do have a situation where it goes a little bit up, like, goes bad, it's absolutely fine so long as Emic doesn't provoke and fear. Ah! It's alright, it's recoverable. But that, again, is the situation which would be bad. We can probably kill this head over here. Again, the fear is the biggest problem in this team. If he gets feared, you're in trouble. And it's not even like the true fear here. That was a normal fear. Okay, we're back into rotation now. I think we're alright now. Was just a bit awkward for a moment there. Hit that head. Might as well just throw that out there for some damage. See, that fear is a problem. This one isn't a problem because we're gonna get cleansed by the Nia, so that one's not a problem. But the other one can be a problem. We haven't got a weaken out on anyone, but just smash this head for some damage. So taunt back out. So if you're building this team, the first thing you have to do 100% is kill this head. Probably even ignoring the decapitated head. I would hit it and try and take it out as soon as possible because it will be the thing that fails your run if you haven't got someone like a Shamael. If you've got Shamael, probably is less of a problem. But it will for sure be your fail rate if you're not getting rid of it very quickly. Thankfully, we can basically do it really fast, right? I can just smash this head. Dutch will be telling me if I had Lethal Rend there, I would have killed it in one shot. Throw that out. Doesn't matter if we take a bit of damage. But even though I messed up then, it's still recoverable, right? I've still recovered it. We can afford a few issues where someone gets consumed every so often, or, you know, you get a bit of a dodgy situation where some buffs get stolen, or maybe you have one fear here or there. It's always recoverable. So long as you make sure you're following the correct process, which is Emic A3 into near A2 into Emic A2. That's the way you want to work it. Need to kill his head off. See, cleanse to reset. Wrathhead dies. Into taunt. So really, apart from the mistake that I made, where I used this taunt a turn too early, we've never really been consumed this entire run. We'd need to just like get the targeting stabilized again, but that's not too much of a problem. I don't mind if they have unkillable for a few turns. That won't really affect us. Like, the only thing I'm afraid about losing Duchess is we will lose the block debuffs, and it's kind of handy to stop some of the crap being thrown on you, because as much as you've got, like, unkillable and all this other stuff going on, you do want to have, like, your champions in a good state. Like, you can see I'm running Relentless and stuff, so you can't really depend upon... unkillable as a, like, a... You can't sustain unkillable debuff. So that's just something to keep in mind that, you know, I'm not running a speed-tuned, unkillable kind of setup here. It's a very good chance that that's going to miss, so... Drop turn. Block back up. It's a weaken out. Nice. Okay, we got 3%ed. So we're going to get a taunt here. Unless we get back around to our abilities. Okay, we're alright. We got lucky. We did get 3%ed there. So it can be a problem if you get 3%ed. That's something to keep in mind. Hello. What? Hello. The cat is awake. Oh, you just thrown that on the floor now, haven't you? Give me a second. Hold on. Yeah, he's in 6 protection at the moment, but I don't have the accessories, so just got to kind of wait, really, until I can get the accessories. Pull that out for decreased speeds, decreased defense, decreased attack, reset. You had to check this for Hydra for Hydra needs, no? Yeah, I did. Right now, the Mischief Head is causing a few little dramas. We had a death. It's not ideal. But we can revive. Again, if Shamael was in the team, you wouldn't have a backup revive here. Wait, what went wrong there? Did I just A1 by error? I don't really know what happened there. I wasn't paying attention. I think I may have A1'd by error. It's fine. We can get back into rotation. That was actually weird. I don't know what happened. Just kind of have to wait a little bit. His A2 is on cooldown. I don't know why, though. I must have made a mistake somewhere. I probably made a mistake. It's fine. We can get the champion out. And again, it's gone back on Whisper, so it's okay. I'm basically just waiting for Poison Cloud. Yeah, I definitely need 6 Cycler Magic off him. That was a poor decision by me to put Cycler Magic. But, you know, it should be fine because we've got 2 damage dealers. We'll be able to get him out. Although I don't have... Oh, that's lucky. It's Michinaki he ate, so that was my Hex champion, so it's a good thing I had that. Can I do back-to-back? Nope. Let's just attack you. Cat, you're in the way. Alright, so... smack you for some damage for now. Reset. Boost. Provoke. Drop. And we can extra turn off this. Heal off that. Hit this for some damage. Keep hitting this for some damage. You know, and things like the provokes, for example, I'd have to build resistance into White Dryad Nia if we didn't have Duchess. Because the provokes would basically prohibit me from using my A2 when I needed to. So I actually think Duchess is somewhat, like, more important than Shamael. I do get it, though. I understand what... I'm actually going to just avoid another poison cloud. Smack this head over here. What are you doing, cat? Reset. We haven't hit the boss counter yet. This is brutal, casual. We haven't hit the boss counter yet. Of course we didn't reflect. We always lost White Dry Nia there, but like, thankfully Unkillable buff is up. I'd like to heal back, thank you. If we bounce an extra turn off this, that means we don't have decreased attack for the next attack, and then we can bounce the damage off that. Throw out weaken. Lock debuffs. Reset. White Dryad Nia kind of got a bit hammered there, so she needs to heal up somehow. That's the nice thing about having White Dryad Nia in Guardian as well. She'll self-heal. So it mitigates some of the incoming damage. Right, we got Torment Head again, which is not ideal. I need to kill the Wrath Head as quickly as possible as well. Provoke. Can we get rid of it this time? Nope. Michinaki being weak affinity is not the best in the world. Weaken out. That was a mistake because it just got cleansed. Okay, this is gonna hurt. There isn't much I can do about this, but I'm about to get absolutely walloped by the Head of Wrath. Absolutely nothing I can do about it. And it is gonna hurt pretty bad. Be very careful right now. I got that fear again. That fear again. Why is it not? He's under Veil buff. Plarium. He's under Veil buff. He has resistance, and yet I still can't stop this stupid fear. Honestly, it's so frustrating. Why have they built a mechanic in that you literally cannot counter unless you have one champion? It's so dumb. Honestly, it is the most dumbest thing I've ever experienced in my life. Right, now can we get it out? Thank you. I don't have that blocked. I can't do anything about it. Let's see, it's just going to constantly happen to me. Great. Now she's been feared because she's got counterattack, and I probably should have taken that off. Come on, Duchess. So dumb. Well, is it going to fail? Oh, we're all right. We're back into rotation. We got lucky. Stupid friggin' torment head. Just take it out. Get rid of it. Okay, got over myself now. I'm back into the swing of things. Again, everything in this team so far has been recoverable, even if I have got a little bit lucky at certain times. Let's just kill the Torment Head. Please. But she died again. Okay, now we're in trouble. Because the Provoke head is on the wrong head. So this is where you really don't want to lose it, because there's actually nothing I can do at this point. Purely because he's got the Provoke counter, so he will essentially... Right, that should get rid of it. Right, no more fears. Good. So he's gonna get countered here, and there's absolutely nothing I can do. So I have to just make sure I can kill him I can get him out as quickly as possible. Okay, it's not a bad head. Might as well just save that for now. And get him out really fast. The challenge is making sure we get back into the rotation now. Because we need it to be him before her. But if she's going before him, that's a problem. Now, it could be that the balancing issue here, we'll just A1, is... Okay, I should have A2 there, it's fine. We're just going to have to wait for it to set back up again. Oh, another Torment Head. It could be that I'm not running a fast enough Duchess, right? Ideally, I want Duchess's block buffs up all the time. Take that hit's fine. Fear is annoying. Right, we need the reset. Into that. So now I just got to make sure I can get it back into setup. That's going to work. I have no block debuffs at the moment, right? And that is the problem with MXA3 generally, is there's no block debuffs. So I'm just going to do this to try and mitigate. So that... I think it's fine. I think we're back in rotation now. I don't really want him healing, but... Reset. Right, there's the turn limit. So we got loads to go still. And this, I would say, has been a rough run. Like, there's probably more optimizations you can make. Have I broken the 2 million single target damage make with a whisper hit? No. I don't even think you can. Blimmin'. He's going to attack again. It's fine. I actually wanted to proc right now because I got unkillable. So it's fine. I want you to smack that head for some healing. Okay, that was not great. He's stunned now. That fear is annoying. Honestly, the fear is the biggest problem in this team. And now I'm going to revive. So that's the end of the run there pretty much, because I revived and Nia's not going to be there for a while. I got to wait for that revive to come back round. I mean, we might be able to recover it. But this fear head is a massive problem to trying to sort this out, because unless you can guarantee yourself permanent decreased defense, permanent block debuffs, it's where the problem exists. That we're not block. I'm pretty sure you can block the normal fear, can't you? I'm almost certain you can knock the you can block the normal fear. You just can't block the you just can't block the true fear. So the problem is I'm not sustaining block debuffs 100% of the time. So now we're going to lose taunt until we can get back up and set up here. I'm actually going to keep this run because of time. But next week I'm going to run this. So what we'll do is we're going to keep this run. Next week I'm going to rebuild Whisper into Lethal Crushing Rend, and we'll compare the difference, because this is a really good run. Considering how bad it's gone, it's a really good run. So there's that consumption because we didn't have taunt. The challenge is now, can we actually get it back out in time? Probably. Reset. Because we can just do that. So we didn't lose too much there. So we, in places, we have got lucky. I should probably just attack this head to try and stop it from healing. Yeah, keep attacking this head. Try and knock out the life barrier. Reset. Take out the increased attack. The fact that he is weak hitting that Head of Wrath is not helping either. So, like, this is probably, like, really awkward affinities because really the Michinaki was built to deal with Head of Wrath and he's weak hitting, like, 50% of the time, which is not the best in the world. Right, we just do that to stun him. See, we've just lost another one there because he wasn't able. But we can instantly revive, but I'm actually going to do this. I'm going to wait a turn so that I don't get re-feared. And now we can start smacking this for some stuff. Cleanse that to get rid of that. Take away the buffs. See what I mean? He keeps weak hitting. It's really frustrating. I can reveal. I should have waited a turn. It's fine because the advantage with having Emic is we're going to reduce the cooldowns. But he does keep weak hitting, which is the main issue. Because we're not able to... It's the increased attack that causes the majority of the problems. I don't really care about the true fear there. Just do what you want. I just need to get rid of that head. Reset. See what I mean? He can never seem to get rid of these stupid things, which is really, I want to say frustrating. Beyond a level of just, I don't know. I'm not actually bothered by the full cleansing. See, that has not really been causing me much problems. It's pretty much not being able to... Like, there's no point me reviving her right now. She's going to instantly die again. So I might as well wait one turn, proc it, then try and revive it. But I should be able to get rid of this fear head in a minute. Fresh. Again, no point me proccing it right now. I'm actually going to A1 instead. Because I want to do that to put unkillable. Then proc it. Throw that. Need to stop the fear. Actually, it's fine because I can probably get rid of it. Don't instantly die. Oh, he's got the blimmin' life barrier. Honestly, these Hydra heads today are... I didn't get the reset. I didn't get the reset. So, someone is about to get consumed. I'll get rid of this. The Hydra heads are just ruining me. We didn't get the reset. And now that's the head that's consumed. Are you kidding me? Oh, it's just so frustrating sometimes. Let's go smack it for some damage. We got basically no time to get this head out. Right, that's a stun. Decrease speed, nice. Now we're gonna get a cleanse in a minute. And we get provoke again. I'm losing my mind with this stupid setup. This one rotation of 4 heads here has caused so much problems. Just gotta try it. Haven't got time to wait. Now we've got fear. Without a rotation, it's all gone wrong now. It's all gone wrong because of the fear head. Didn't die when I wanted it to. So we've lost Michinaki now. It's just frustrating. They've basically... the Torment head for me is like the most stupid thing they've designed because you essentially have to... You're almost like forced drafted into picking one specific champion just to make it work. It's really frustrating to me. I just don't like it. I think it's a terrible game design. I'd much rather you be able to counter it in better ways. But like being forced to draft a Shamael or a Duchess because of the Torment Fear is just dumb to me. It's bad game design. Like, you can counter Mischief quite comfortably. It can be frustrating to find the balance, but Mischief is counterable. We've got the Torment Head back again, of course we have. Because, like, the Mischief Head really hasn't been causing me too much problems. The only time this fails is when I'm losing, when I'm getting feared. It's the fears that are ruining me. I'm pretty sure this head full healed as well. Kind of sucks, but I need to look at the balance. It could be I need to lift the Duchess speed up so that she's faster than them all. Because I think she's 250 speed, so it could be that because she's slower than the Provoker, her block debuffs is not cycling exactly like I need it to. But losing Michinaki is a pretty big deal because I lose Hex, I lose decreased defense. I just lose so much of everything. So this run isn't going to go to the turn limit. But what it does prove is there is a viable strategy for people. If you have Emic and you have Nia or some form of like resetting capability, you can build a really strong team around it if you can find the right balance. And I think that's the challenge here is, can you find the balance? Like, I would imagine someone who increases the duration of buffs is going to be very strong here. Right? If you can always sustain block debuffs, that's what you're really looking for. Like, if you can keep Veil up all the time, that is what you're looking for. The issue is we are losing the buffs. Like, we're losing Veil and we're losing Decreased Defense through a combination of Relentless, different speed ratios, and different things. If you can somehow sustain those, I think you can absolutely run Relentless on Whisper, run it on Val, run it on Michinaki. Those are not the problem. I think the problem is not sustaining the block debuffs on this situation here, right? That's the problem. Now, it's not necessarily a problem if he takes that fear, because we can replace that fear. Like Nia will cleanse it. That's the good thing about running Nia here, is Nia will cleanse that fear away from him when she resets him. If she's in the right setup here, which I don't know if she is. We'll find out. She's not. So now we're in a risky situation because it's 50-50 and it didn't work. It's always the fear. So if we can sustain the Veil buff on Emic all of the time, we're good. If we can't, we're bad. I can't even, like, it's got Poison Cloud, so I just got to try it and try and do some damage through Weaken. And she's the worst one to eat because it's my reset champion. Oh well, the run is kind of over now. There's not much I can really do because I can't get her out of this. He's poison clouded up with everything. So, the concept is there. But that's the limitations. Can you make sure you don't lose the fear? Because this is going to be over now. There's nothing I can really do about this. I'm basically just going to try and get... Like, I can't get her out. It's just the poison cloud has ruined it. It sucks, really. No, I'm going to keep this team. Just because I haven't got the time or patience to do it again. I wanted to prove the team could work. What we'll do, Dutchy, is next week we'll rebuild... Whisper. I don't actually think I have the silver for a rebuild either. To be honest, so... I don't think I can rebuild it even. He's gonna instant die, I think. Oh, we can put unkillable. There we go. Yeah, we'll have a little look. But 166 million, 0.7 on Brutal is very good. That's my best ever Brutal key. So I think the main issue is Duchess is just too slow compared to the other two. They're too quick. So she needs speeding up. Oh, and by the way, Church of Whisper time. Hello. 70 million damage Whisper. Wow. No, you definitely need Emic. And the thing is, if you drop Val, you lose your AoE weaken, which is quite important. And you can see Val's damage is very good. Honestly, I think the only issue was Emic outrunning his Veil buff. So if we can figure out a way to keep the Emic buff, Emic under a block debuffs and a Veil permanently, I don't really care about the 3 DPS. They can run as much as they want, right? Because they're never really gonna... If they die, I can revive them. If they get attacked, it's fine. If they get a fear here or there, that's not a problem. Nia and Emic can never get feared. Because that is what breaks this setup, is if one of those two get feared. We don't really worry about the Mischief Head unless it 3%, but it only happened once this entire run, so that's pretty safe. We don't really care about the cleansing. It slows us down. It's not ideal, but it is what it is. If you can somehow maybe put a Provoke set in here, you could run, if you wanted to, Nia in Provoke. That might be a good idea. But the problem with running Nia in Provoke here is she doesn't attack when she resets Emic. So you've got like one attack every rotation. So it's quite a low 30% roll. You might have a better DPS setup here. Like you could, if you wanted to, run, instead of someone like Val, someone with Weaken in Provoke set that attacks more often. And we didn't hit turn limit, so we could have gone longer. We could have gone faster. Like we could have done more if we had a better balance. We could have easily hit 200 million here, I think. Yeah, Gnut could go. Like, I couldn't run certain champions. I couldn't use my Mithrala, I couldn't use Gnut, and I couldn't use Nekmothar because they were all in my Nightmare team, right? So I had to be more selective. But you could run Gnut. The only thing I would suggest with Gnut, though, is he's got counterattack, which may mess up your mischief targeting. So you could run Val in Provoke, but I do feel like Val in Relentless is a good idea. But I mean, that is a really good score. The fact that the first test was, does it actually work? Would slow Emic? Yeah, probably if you slowed Emic down and made Duchess faster, so that Duchess could go like almost like a 4-3, where Duchess gets that extra turn to keep his Veil up. I also think a buff extender could work. You know, someone like Krisk, if you can slot him in here, would be a good fit because you can extend the Veil. Right? So Emic is going to reduce Duchess's cooldown on the A2 down to 3-turn cooldown. So if you can bring an extender on top, you're reducing the cooldown and extending, which means you should be able to sustain it. Yeah, Suzerain Katone is in my hard team, so I couldn't use it as well. But yeah, Suzerain Katone could go. So if you took Michinaki and Val out, put Suzerain Katone in there, that covers your decreased defense, weaken, and hex. And then the last spot could be used as like a provoke block buffs of sorts. Taunt cannot be extended, but the Veil is the problem. What we need to sustain is the block debuffs and the Veil. And you don't really want Emic to go slow, because then you lose his A2, and his A2 is doing incredible value, because essentially, if you imagine, right, Whisper has a 4 and a 3-turn cooldown. Emic is making it a 2 and a 3-turn cooldown, not a 3 and a 4. Val is being reduced by 1-turn cooldown. Michinaki is being reduced by 1-turn cooldown. So when you combine the Relentless sets with them, that's how we're managing to scale the damage, is because he's actually giving them significant more uptime on their A2 and A3s, which is where all the damage comes from. You'll notice, by the way, I never used Emic's A1 in this team. Ever. Unless it broke. He only ever does A3, A2. He'll go A3, A2, A3, A2, A3, A2 every single time. Can you use Pith instead of Duchess? No, because you need the Veil. So the Duchess, the way you need to like look at this team, the Duchess slot is a Torment solution. You have to have some Torment solution in here. Okay? You could, if you wanted to, drop the Michinaki, drop the Duchess, right? And then bring Shamael as a damage dealer in the Michinaki spot. Okay? That then frees up your Duchess and your Val. Val needs to be some sort of weakened champion. It doesn't have to be Val. You could bring a weaken with a block buffs or some other combination. And then between those two slots, you would probably want to provoke. Lydia in a curse set over Michinaki. I do find curse needs multiple AoEs, Lusa. That's what I do find. I do find curse needs. Tell you what would be really good, Lusa, is like what we don't have in this team is increased speed. I've just realized we don't have increased speed in this team, which is actually a bit of a disappointment. Kaj of the Rye. She's not doing anything. So if you put Shamel, he would do more damage to the A2. He would do so much damage to the A2 being reduced. Yeah, well, that's it, Almir. I think a potential solution here is you take Duchess out, you swap it, you take Michinaki out, right? So you're losing block debuffs. You're losing block debuffs, Veil, increase attack. and you're also losing decreased defense and hex, right? Those are the 5 things you're losing, and HP burn, okay? That's the 6 things you're losing if you take those 2 out. So if you bring in Shamael, that gives you a free torment solution, okay? That's okay. But now you need to basically have cursed or hex. You need to have decreased defense. You need to have a HP burn or block buffs. Why Val is giving me weaken and bonus damage. So he's setting up the Whisper. He's setting up the weaken. What would swap in Nia for Dwed and another taunt? Some cleansing. You won't be able to sustain the taunt, I think, and it's a bit risky. Like, Nia is absolutely fine because you're getting decreased speed and you're getting the reset. So Nia is absolutely fine. Not too worried about Nia. It's mainly how do you find between the 4 remaining slots everything you need to make it fit, you know? You could swap out the Whisper for someone else. No, the problem with Nia is she only attacks once, right? In order for Curse to really work, this is the problem I was finding with Krisk. Because Krisk was provoking, he wasn't able to sustain Cursed enough. It wasn't happening enough. So, in essence, it wasn't very efficient. Yeah, next week we'll try Lethal Whisper. Yeah, Gnut's in my Nightmare team, that's why he can't fit here. I also think block debuffs is very important because it stops things like provokes, it stops things like the poisons, it stops things like the weaken. So I do think the block debuffs is almost essential. So basically between Val, Michinaki and Duchess, you need decreased defense, weaken, block debuffs, a torment solution, and ideally a provoke. Now, Wuji's too squishy and she'll attract the torment with her counterattack. What would you switch for Gnut instead of Whisper? What do you mean inclusive? Cecilia would give you decreased defense, weaken, burns. It would give you 3. Yeah, it's not bad. I do like Michinaki in this team because you get that remove buff. This rotation is not the best for Michinaki either because of the affinity. I don't have Draco, unfortunately. Daylight Savings ended a week ago in the UK. So I'm going to keep this build because I don't have time to run it again before, like, Hydra Clash resets. And it's a pretty good run. It proved the initial concept. Next week we'll run it with Whisper and Lethal Rend. Yeah, if only I had 2 Void Legendaries. Kaisu, right? That's all I need. But you are correct. I actually find Tila is good, but not as efficient as the others. I mean, you get Hex, you get Burn, and you get Leech, but I don't really need Leech. I don't really need the Burn. And the Hex I can find elsewhere. It's the decreased defense provoking the Torment solution. To be honest, the only thing I'm more concerned about is the Torment solution. Why is Nia a good fit? You get decreased speed, 0.1, and she's reducing Emik's cooldowns by 2 turns. So what's happening is Emik is opening with a taunt. It's on a 3-turn cooldown. Nia is then reducing his cooldowns by 2 turns, which puts it on a 1-turn cooldown. When Emik comes back around to his ability, he's using his A2, which reduces the cooldown of Nia's abilities by 1 turn, which means he then taunts, which means then when Nia comes back to it, she resets him again. So what is happening, it's going Emik A3 into A2, Nia's doing A2 back into Emik's A3, and they're constantly cycling that way. So between the 2 of them, so long as they don't get feared, and as long as you don't get 3%ed on the taunt, which is why I've got him in protection set to try and mitigate that as much as I can, then you have a permanent solution to consumption. It will never consume you, ever. But the balance is tough. If you can find the balance, then you're good to go. So, yeah, I mean, the Shamael is a good shout. The challenge is, can we still, with Shamael on the team, find everything we need? Now, one solution we could do is, realistically, the only thing that weaken matters for is the target the Whisper hits. So if we put Whisper with a little bit more accuracy, you saw she was landing it a little bit. If we boosted her accuracy up a little bit, then we could take the Val away because he is the weakest of the 3 damage dealers. Replace it with a damaged Shamael, okay? So if we run Val here, if we put Shamael there, we would have to put accuracy on Whisper. So she would need to do the A1 to set herself up, which is not always ideal because you do want to be able to A3 into A2 a lot. It potentially could reduce Whisper's damage by quite a bit if she hasn't got a target that she can A3 into to get that extra turn. That's the only worry. But if we did do that, then we could probably match the Val damage with a Shamael with the reduction. Then we can remove Duchess. And we could remove... we could maybe keep Michinaki. If we remove Duchess, then all we're looking for is someone with block debuffs and a buff extension, right? I don't know if there's a champion in the game that does that. Is there a champion in the game that has buff extension and block debuffs? Let's have a look. Who would be the lead in the Shamael team? Honestly, I would probably say whoever would be the extender, the block debuffer. Let's see. Instance, filters. I know you can't see this at the moment because it's really small. Increase buff duration. Target. AoE ally. So there's 18 effects in the entire game that currently does this. So Ankarai, Andresia, Corvus, Demitha, Dwedan, Flesh Terror, Godseeker Neri, Hellborn Spite, Hope, Krisk, Lanicus, Owella, Sandlashed, Taras. Oh, Taras would be lovely, wouldn't it? Wither the Crown and Valerie. They're not really great. They're not really great for what we need. Yeah, it wasn't the decreased attack I was relying on, Juggernaut, to be honest. It was more the buff the increased attack removal from the Wrath Head. That was the one that was frustrating me more than anything else. I would really like, if I'm being honest, I think just a good block debuffs option is so valuable here. Now, we could run Kaj the Rai, but I don't think she brings enough because the A2 is just not good for reviving here. Just having a look, see who could do block debuffs. That's an interesting option. No, it won't because Kaisu, it only places them on the champions it revives. That's the problem with Kaj's A2 is the buffs will only go on the champions she revives, and I'm pretty sure you can't even use it if there are no dead allies. I could be wrong. I haven't play tested her yet. I'll be pulling her tomorrow to find out. But I'm pretty sure the A2 works as if it's can't use if no dead allies. Once there's a dead ally, it revives. It puts the buffs only on the dead allies, and if Timit is alive, then Timit will cast his ability. I could be wrong. I haven't watched any of the content creator videos yet on it because I like to go in there with a bit of a, like, my own mind to it. I don't like to get biased by anyone. I like to replace Var with Shamael and add access to Whisper, Michinaki and Provoke. What would we do with Duchess spot Lucer? Because I'll be honest, one of the things that this team lacks is increased speed, right? Ideally, I think you still need block debuffs. Is it me or is CVC for most something that they don't want to do but excited because pretty much Green Virus is like I can finally use my books, I can like upgrade champions, I can pull champions, I can do everything. Can you build basically whatever team around Emic and Nia? Pretty much inclusive, right? Emic and Nia is all you need to set up the permanent taunt. All you're then doing is basically building damage and mitigation things to basically deal with the Hydra effects, right? You're basically making sure that the things that the Hydra throws at those two won't break it. So we're making sure that we don't get feared. We're making sure we don't get provoked. Making sure that we don't get, like, smashed to smithereens. So that's what you're building around it. So you can see pretty much the Whisper, Val, and Michinaki are there for damage with debuffs. And then Duchess was there to deal with the Torment Head. But Nia and Emic is all you need to set up the perma-taunt. Yeah, Elva, but she's now in my clan boss team, Alma. I could probably put Ares instead. I think it would still work. But then we do lose the increased attack, right? Like, it's not a problem for Whisper, but it is a problem for Shamael. And not having increased attack for Shamael is a big problem. So ideally, what you want is increased speed, increased attack, and block debuffs. But I don't think there's a champion that does that. I'm pretty sure there's no champion in the game that gives you block debuffs, increased attack, and increased speed on one ability. Because that would be giga broken. Like, that just gives you block debuffs, increased attack, but no speed. I would be fine not having a speed buff, but I think losing the attack buff is a problem. For the Shamael, like if we were to build Shamael, he has no way of getting attack buff. He's losing half his damage. That's just silly, you know. I'll show you the builds for this now in a second. Yeah, Raka would be great if I had her, because you get turn meter with it as well, right? Yeah, I thought it would, Kaisu. It's a big problem actually. It would be something that I would ask Plarium to change, is allow me to use the ability like I would Mighty Ukos, right? Where you can use the ability. It might weaken her on defense, but it gives her so much more value on offense and in PvE. The way it is right now, like, it makes her a bit of a bot, if I'm being honest. It makes her a 20% turn meter fill, cleanse, block debuffs, plus a boring A1. It's a bit of a problem, I think. I think it will be. I haven't tested it, but it would be a bit of a problem. Why not replace the team with Lydia, Yumiko, Trunda, Emic, Dachi? I mean, let's face it, Emic, Nia would be perfect into that team. Why? Because you're reducing the cooldown of Yumiko's A3. If I had it, I actually would do that. Because Yumiko would now be a 2-turn cooldown, or whatever it is, right? Let's keep this result. I've saved a screenshot before we lose it. Game. Oh god, that stressed me out then. That lag then. But if we look at Yumiko, where is she? It's a 5-turn cooldown. With Emic, it becomes a 4-turn cooldown permanently. So actually, you solve the main problem of, like, you get consumed. You reduce Yumiko's cooldowns even further, and now you're just good to go. It's just whether or not, if you've got Yumiko, Trunda, Emic, that's 4, Nia, that's 5, do you actually still have enough in your kit to basically, like, deal with Hydra, right? Is it just too much of something? You'd have to basically run someone in that lead that can actually cope with a little bit of the setup, maybe like a Duchess or something. I'm not too familiar with what could work, but it could. Why Nia with double Yumiko? Because I don't think you'll be able to sustain the taunt unless you run the Nia. It might work, I don't know. If you stagger it, probably would work. Probably, because you could basically... Yeah, as long as you staggered it, it could work. Maybe. If you don't need the Nia, then you've got more flexibility. But I think absolutely one spot in that Trunda team, if you can sustain the taunt on Emic, is great. Because Emic is just going to make it easier. You're just going to run Trunda even more often because he's going to reset everyone's cooldowns. Because that's what Emic does. If everyone is running at a 1-to-1, everyone's cooldowns is basically 1 turn less. So if it's a 5 turn, it becomes a 4 turn. If it's a 4 turn, it becomes a 3 turn, right? So Trunda, right now, is running 4 turn cooldown. She becomes a de facto 3 turn cooldown, being reset by 2 4 turn cooldowns. So the heads are all dead on Trunda. She'll eventually get consumed, Stiko. I would have thought eventually they would get consumed, no? Because you can't, like, Trunda can't bypass the 75% damage mitigation. So I would imagine eventually you will get consumed. So what I'm saying is, you're gaining the benefits from the cooldown reduction whilst also making sure that you never get consumed, which probably means you can push harder. But, you know, I'm just throwing ideas out there. But yeah, I don't actually have them, so I could never test it, so... I have 12,000 silver. It's a bit of a problem. So, yeah, I mean, even if I wanted to, Dutchy, I don't think I could actually test the Whisper, because I don't have the speed. I don't have the silver. Go back to my Spider 10. I need to farm a lot of silver somewhere. Oh, I'm pretty sure I was using that. It's absolutely fine though. Don't think I need it. I guess Nobo, yeah. I haven't built the Trunda team, so I'm familiar with it, but I'm not detailed to that extent. Why is it on 1 time speed? Oh, nice one, Green Virus. Gotta make some silver back here. So I've 100% blocked it, increase attack, cleanse buffs. What about him? He's not a bad option. Yeah. We don't get the increased speed. And we don't get the provoke. I will build a Madman to test it, yeah. But I don't. What I meant is I don't have the... like, I would probably... I don't know if you have the space in a Madman team, Crizzle. Yeah, I'll show the builds now, Jared. I'm just using some energy. I feel a bit nervous with having so little silver. There we go. Got 200,000 now. So that run there, we were basically running a 6-piece protection, 1-piece stone skin Emic. Double reaction because I've built him for arena a little bit as well. He was running at 274 speed, 72k HP, 2.7k defense, 450 resistance, and 294 accuracy. The accuracy is only here for the arena. If I was to use him in arena, that's what I would use him for. I put a little bit of crit rate on him just because I had the stats available. You don't really need to go super defensive. I could push more HP if I wanted to, but I had spare stats, so I just put this piece on it because it was quite a good piece. So I've just basically given him a bit of crit rate there. There is some glyphing space. Like, I haven't glyphed the banner. I haven't really glyphed the ring. So there's some space for glyphs here. He is fully booked. Mastery-wise, I probably should waste the gems and take Cycle of Magic off. In hindsight, that was a bad decision. I wanted the Lore of Steel because these variable sets, you do get an awful lot of stats. Like, if you look here, I'm getting like 21% HP, 24% speed, 20 resistance. So Lore of Steel is quite good. And I did want to try and extend the buffs of like the shield, mainly. But even then, maybe this whole support tree for the little bit of bonuses I get here isn't worth it, and I just go down the defense tree and basically put some solidarity in there. Which I could do. I could just go down the defense tree. To be honest, both trees don't really give us much value. You know, this would give him a little bit more resistance, probably to make up the loss of that. If I basically did this, I'd probably gain the stats I lost from the Lore of Steel. But I do lose a little bit of the accuracy, but Or even I could go here, 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 here. Yeah, probably. Yeah, let's just do it. Let's waste the gems. In hindsight, I probably should do this straight down the left because we do want Wall Master for Hydra. And then probably... So I can either go defense with there, but probably I want this. Because this can help in Hydra as well. So I'd probably go that. I did want this. I don't know if I can get across there now. I could probably go there. There. Oops, nearly lagged. There. Okay, so then do we want retribution? Probably not. We don't want to increase turn meter. Don't want that. So we probably do want that actually. So what we're basically doing here is I definitely don't want to take deterrence. That's a bad idea. Actually, that was probably a bad idea as well. Because if Hydra counterattacks, he's going to counterattack and give himself fear. It's not really a problem. We do that as well. Basically, I don't want to give him turn meter because we don't want him to go too fast and outsync himself with Nia. This is probably not the best idea, but the chances of that actually counterattacking and causing a problem shouldn't matter if you built it correctly, right? Yeah, I could have waited till tomorrow, but it's fine. But if we look now, we didn't really lose anything. Actually, we gained resistance. We lost a little bit of speed, but we gained more resistance. So it's absolutely fine. So that's how fast he was running. Then we had White Dryad Nia running in Guardian. There's some upgrades still to be done. She was at 267 speed, so you want them really close, like almost within a couple of speeds just to be safe. 61k HP, 3k defense. Again, put a bit of crit rate on her stats. I gave her accuracy, not resistance. We don't generally get provoked, but if you don't have decreased defense, then you need the resistance, because if you get provoked, that's a problem. That's why I think decreased defense is really important. 2 more artifacts left for 9 piece. No, 3. Taha, because I keep getting stone skin on Silver Watchers. So yeah, so that is the thing. If you don't have locked debuffs, then you'd have to build resistance. You probably have to sacrifice some crit rate or something to make it work, or some defense. Then we got the Duchess. This is where I think the problem is. I think Duchess is too slow. I think because she's behind the Emic is always going to outrun his buffs. Whereas if she was about 260 speed, then that would be better. So really, I should look at trying to see if I can glyph this up a bit more. Can I find boots with speed here, right? Can I get some speed on her just to speed her up a little bit? Is there anything I can improve here? Like, that has no speed on it. Only +2, +1, +1, +2. So I could literally just, if I lifted her up to 275 speed, she would be going before the Emic, and I think that would solve a lot of the problems. Because this is a 4-turn cooldown, it would become a 3-turn cooldown. I think that's where many of the problems are existing. She has got lasting gifts to try and extend the buffs, but I think that's where a lot of the problems are. That she's just too slow. One question, Sav. So if you're using Shamil, how do you deal with the turn meter boost he provides to the lead? You would put the leader not Emic and not Nia. You would put your DPS or someone that is inconsequential to the taunt setup, right? I don't really care how many turns Michinaki, Val, and Whisper were taking. They feared themselves. It's not the end of the world. As long as Emic and as long as Nia wasn't feared, that's the only ones we care about. Yeah, it is a bit frustrating you can't auto Nia. Then we had Val. Val was running in Relentless Cruel. He had 5.2k attack, 253% crit damage, 235 speed, 180 resistance, 282 accuracy. Probably a bit low on the accuracy. Again, we probably need to ascend these pieces. They're probably, because you're going relentless, you're always limited a little bit on gear. The ban is probably okay, nothing special. Yeah, look, it's okay. It's not great. Amulets, accuracy built into it. Mastery's rise, we went down the right here. But his goal is to provide decrease attack and weaken and hit really, really hard. Because he scales his passive, so he gets a lot of attack, right? So I should be trying to push more attack percentage, attack, right? I need to push higher attack here. If this gets to 7,000, he's going to do a lot more because this is multiplicative, right? It's not just adding 1,000 more attack. We're adding 2,000 more attack. So if I get him up to 7k attack, it's actually 9k attack because that 2,000, it's not just 2,000, it's double, it's 4,000 because of this passive. It's like Ninja. The more attack you can scale, the much harder it's going to hit. And then consequently, that will also increase Phantom Touch because Phantom Touch is based on his attack value. So his build would need work. And then finally, we've got the Whisper, which is in Relentless at the moment. And she is at 197 speed, 7.5k attack, 321% crit damage. But only 175 accuracy, right? In hindsight, I'm losing 15% of my damage by not having area bonuses. That's where a lot of the damage is different, right? Because I could be getting 60 accuracy, if not 80 if I maxed it out, right? But if you just went to the silver capacity, 45 accuracy or 48 accuracy, 48 resistance, 18% crit damage, 10 to 12 speed, I could be getting an extra 100 attack, right? These are massive amounts of stats that would give you a lot of damage to everyone. Right, that could have added another 5 to 6 million minimum, at least. Probably double Painkeeper could auto it, but your damage profile would drop significantly, Nobo, right? The key I was trying to make sure is we still had damage, right? Because I could just run Whisper with support around her, but then I've got to find another 100 million damage. Whisper's strong, but she ain't that strong. You could keep Unkillable up all the time, but it's very difficult to maintain because, you know, if anyone's got any build, you'd have to basically take out Whisper. She couldn't do it because she's always going to get extra turns with her A3. You wouldn't be able to run any Relentless. So it's kind of like, to make it unkillable, you're killing your damage because you want to run more attacks, right? The more times, the advantage of having Emic is we're reducing these cooldowns. Normally this is a 4 and a 3, but this becomes a 4 and a 2 because Emic every single turn is doing an A2. So he's basically reducing these cooldowns. So if we were to run it fully unkillable, we're essentially reducing the effectiveness of that effect because we couldn't run these in that fashion. We couldn't run the Relentless. The fact that we can roll this means at one point I was able to go A2, A3, I hit Cycle of Violence, went back to A2 because of the way that the cooldowns are working. Then Emic reset me and I got back into A3 and another A2 in the same decapitated head phase. Whereas in my last team, I could never really do more than a couple of A2s at best in one decapitation phase. So that's what Emic really brings as value, is he can actually get these cycling more, right? He can get this cycling more. This hits really, really hard. It hit 1.3 million. We can get this cycling more. This cycling more. This is the build for Michinaki, by the way. He's in Relentless again. And he's at 3.9k defense. Quite low defense because he's defense-based damage. 363% crit damage, right? So he's got a lot of accuracy because I think I built him originally for Nightmare. He could probably drop down to 320 accuracy in a rebuild and push him with higher damage. Maybe looking for better accessories here. We've had to go accuracy banner instead of defense. We've not got some, you know, we've had to really push the glyphing here. We've had to go accuracy chest because I pushed his accuracy so high, whereas potentially we could have a defense percentage chest speed here in Relentless. Look, I've got these available, but I can't touch these because I needed the accuracy. So this could be a rebuild. So the key thing I kind of wanted to test was, one, is it viable? And yes, it's very viable to basically build a Emic Neo, an Emic double Painkeeper, or an Emic combo where you permanently keep Taunt up and remove the consumption problem. So it's now just about, can you refine the team to try and get more damage out of it? Can you find a better balance, get a better setup? So we'll refine this and we'll test it next week, and then we'll see if we can improve on the initial damage that we did. But 166 million on test 1, considering the last brutal team I did was 50 million. So we've added 110 million to that one team. Yeah, his defense is low, Juggernaut, because I've had to build so much accuracy and relentless. We've lost a lot there. So that's the main thing. We just are not scaling his percentages as much. So, was the test full auto? No, you can't really run it full auto in here. So you have to run it manual. But you can't run Trunder full auto either. Now, I do need to do a little bit of, like, this. So, I'm going to have to farm a bunch of silver for a bit. So, we're going to be autoing... we're going to be autoing Spider for a bit. Burning gems to make this work. Because we've already spent the clan gold. It's brutal. But, I mean, it's a pretty good test, no? I know Dutchy wants me to do a bit of a comparison as well to see what kind of lethal build I can get my Whisper in, so I'll do that as well. Actually, I'll do that now. Let me just make sure this is going to change properly. There we go. Yeah, nice. Right, okay, let's just refresh. Yeah, I have... Well, I suppose I could wait, couldn't I? Yeah, because I've done the dungeon divers. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Steeko. I don't need... I'm trying to rush it. I've got a day left. So yeah, you're damn right. What am I doing? I'm being stupid. What I do need to do is buy some tag team refreshers. So let's do that quickly. You're absolutely correct. What am I doing? Might as well use the energy I just used now, just so I clear it out. But yeah, I can wait till tomorrow. In my head, I was just thinking I need to do the artifact enhancement. That was annoying. Night, Juggernaut. Right, okay, so you wanted me to test what I can get in lethal. Now, the only problem is... how many champions do I have in lethal? Okay, these are my locked champions in lethal at the moment. Those are the champions I've got locked in lethal at the moment. Now, Marshled's in one of my Hydra teams. Baron is my arena. Fenax is my arena. So I don't really want to lose those, but they would, like, affect the outcome of the build. So we'll try it without. And we'll see what happens. Okay, so optimize damage for A3. Configure. Same build. Battle. Look, you can see I've already tested. It's already pre-configured. Have you tried just Ruella and Gnut? I can't one-shot it with Gnut, Joe, because I have to run my Gnut so fast. So I run it like this. It's pretty stable. It's pretty consistent. And also Ruella might 3% and then it fails, so I don't want to run the risk of that. Those are the builds. So it would lose. I would gain 13% damage. So we're looking at a 296% crit damage, 191 speed, 7.6k attack. Now, obviously, if I was to use all of the lethal set, we'd push higher, right? But that would be stealing gear from my Seer and my Baron, which I don't really want to do, right? So What do you think, Dutchy? You're a... Mind you, I don't have Crush and Rend on, right? And that's one thing I really need to add is a way for us to customize the blessings and the optimizer, so we can actually say, what would it be if I ran this, for example? We don't actually have that functionality here, which is a bit of a dumb downer, really. But it's more the thing, right? I mean, I could basically put him to a 2 for now, and put Mashaled to a 2. Oops, stop. And basically take that off so that we just keep the seer clear. See what we get now. It would basically steal all of Baron's build. What stats have you? Just give me your attack and crit damage stats. So what we're not factoring in is the ignore defense component of Crush and Rend, right? So we've configured a target with this much defense, assuming we're knocking off 30%, but we're actually going to ignore, like, it's level 295 here. So we're actually going to ignore like 29% on top of that. So it's actually a 59% ignore defense. So it will affect the damage calculation here, but because it's ignore defense, it should be reasonably linear in the sense that it should do the same amount of damage as if I was in Relentless, as if I was in Lethal in that sense. The stats, what I'm more including, screenshot in Discord. Oh, Lord above. How have I got so many DMs? Good Lord. Sorry, I got so many DMs here. Literally like 1,200 DMs. You just probably saw a little bit of a screenshot there of what my day is like when I get messages all the time. Good Lord, Juggernaut. Juggernaut, I know he's not here anymore, but good Lord, he's wrecking it with double Michinaki there. Right, okay. It's okay, I didn't leak anything because you only saw the Hell Hades Discord. I still haven't got back to everyone who wanted 3v3 advice. It's been on my list to do, but I've been so out of it the last couple of days. So you're running 7.6k, 334% crit damage. So actually, because I'm running 7.9k, I'm probably mitigating the loss of crit damage. This build here is probably the same as yours, right? Because you're down, what? 200 damage? 250? So you're down 250 attack, but you're up 32% crit damage. Is that including your area bonuses though, Dutchy? Sick brag about being popular. Mate, there's problems with being popular. That's what I'm saying. Is this including your area bonuses? Because this would include my area bonuses. Not that I have many for Hydra, because I haven't gone in that area, but I'm guessing this is not, because you're looking at your artifacts tab, so this wouldn't include any area bonuses, so you would have a bit more, I'm guessing your area bonuses are upgraded a bit more, but that's fine. That should be linear. If I get the same bonuses as you, then it'll be the same. So what we're looking at here is how much crit damage was I getting from Hydra? None. So it's speed. That's the only difference I was getting, is speed from Hydra. And a bit of ignore defense. Do you think you can change the optimizer to allow sort by column? What do you mean, Joe? Which column are we sorting? Yeah, I don't have many. Not for Hydra, I have them for Clan Boss. I need to do more live arena. I've just been slacking again. So you mean this view? We don't actually... Joe, the reason why we don't allow sorting is it's already sorted for you. it's sorted based on the goal that you set, right? So in this instance, I said, give me the highest damage build. So it's giving me the highest damage build in order of the damage of the builds. If you look, see, it's always less. So it's already sorting it for you. So that's why we don't then give you another sorting option, because it wouldn't make sense. Because it's giving you from 1 to 8 the best builds. Managed to get to 4 out of 5 win rate. That's great. Congratulations. So yeah, we're about the same performant, but I would have to completely rebuild my Baron. I do use Baron a lot. So it's a bit like... And I could potentially get an extra bit of attack here, right? So that would push it up to like nearly 8,000. So it would basically result in about an 18% increased damage. I would lose a bunch of defense, but I can probably find that back with like glyphing. Like there's some glyph space here. I could glyph some HP. I can glyph some HP there. Probably glyph something else somewhere else. So Baron, I know, right? That would be Savage. Is this Savage lethal as well? Savage cool, yeah. It is Savage cool, cool. Yeah, and you're fully maxed out there. This is assuming it would be fully maxed out. And this is worse, actually, because it's not attack percentage in the boots or chest. So the chest is similar to yours, but in my situation, I could get an extra... I'm missing out on like 20% attack. Do you have to have a player account to use mobile optimizer? I tried every email I have on the radar and it tells me it's wrong. Yeah, you need to log in with... So once you've logged into the optimizer... Then it's asked. Then when you use the mobile extractor, that's when you enter the raid login. So the mobile extraction is your raid login, but to log into the optimizer, it's your Hell Hades login. I do use my Baron a lot. It's the problem. I do use it a lot. I mean, what I haven't looked at is it better in Savage? Because as much as lethal is good, Savage is equally as good. You just lose 10% crit rate, right? So I didn't try Savage. It's worse. It is worse. So yeah, lethal cruel would be better. Lethal would be better. It is worse. My lethal gear is always going to be better. Post to renew sets. Yeah, it's about the same. You just got a lot more speed and accuracy. The Hydra stats don't really bother me too much because I haven't got any area bonuses, so it's like for like. So if I add them, you add them, we're about the same, you know. I mean, it could work. I'd have to rebuild my Baron. I could probably rebuild Baron into a less powerful build. If anything, I'd probably overkill on the Baron. Like, the Baron at the moment is sitting at 6.8k, 88% crit damage. I will think about it. I will think about it. What do I need to do? Take that away. I keep forgetting what I've done here. Get rid of that. There you go. I need to figure out what I broke with my setup there. How much crit damage? 301 it would be. Like, this is my Baron at the moment. So I run him at like 191 speed, 6.8k attack, 280% crit damage. He is mostly like, well, he's not even ascended at all, like. So I could rebuild Baron. Interesting. I need to just run this more. It comes with time, Acrobat. I would definitely recommend that you make sure you're farming 120 Dark Fae rotations. When if you're not at 120 hard Dark Fae already, try and focus your efforts to get a team ready for the next rotation, because it adds tremendous value. Like, I think it's next rotation we're getting it, right? So being able to farm 120 from day one that you can get it is where a lot of my lethal gear comes from, because I can just farm it so much. Start building your Astrolith and Vizier or Jag. Jag is quite good because people don't realize what he does is better than Vizier. People know the Vizier combo, not many people know what Jag does. What do you suggest, Speed? I'm not too familiar with what to build. Maybe others can recommend. We need 2 rotations. Are we on rotation 1, are we? No, we're on rotation 2. It's Eternal Dragon. Oh, we need 2 rotations. Sorry, I'm tired. I'm misreading. Yes, we do. I wish there was more opportunities to farm it. It's a shame, actually. I wish there was more opportunities to farm Bommel. Because Fortitude is quite a good set, but I can't in good conscience farm like Fortitude over Lethal. To me, that's just like bad. Like that's just like a waste of resources to farm that. Did I talk about Madman trying to... We didn't really talk about it, no. I've got a Madman that I'm working on, but it's going to take me some time. I'll be pulling Kaj of the Ryan Timid tomorrow. I just need to do the last few fragments for Timid. But I'll be pulling them both tomorrow. You really need to farm 120. Like, farming floor 80 is not good enough. You get so many more resources by farming 120, it's unreal. It really is. So you definitely need that 120. And 120 is... It's like Spider 10 hard. As long as you've got, like, good turn meter champions, then you should be fine. Like, as long as you've got Gnu, you should be able to do it. Because Gnu enables the turn meter control. Then all you need is an AoE nuker. You get a free one in your Carl. He's also very good. And then you just need a boss killer, right? So it's fine. You could use Gnu as a boss killer if you've got a lore. So you should have access to, hopefully, if you did your Gnu fusion, 2 excellent champions. Oh, this happens sometimes. Just to point out how, like, OP Defiant gear is, right? Oella right now is built in Defiant gear. She can't die. Watch this now. She physically can't die because of Defiant gear. It's a fully stacked up floor 90 hard Griffin with no decrease attack or anything. The only thing that will kill her eventually is heal reduction. Because she's dropping below that, she's not healing. But if she resisted that, she'd be fine. But she's dropping below the 50% HP barrier. But even then, look, she's recovering. What? She's like a beast. If she actually had damage, she'd be OP. Thoughts on replacing a 1-star Awakened Herdic with a 6-star Fulgur. For what? For nuke turn meter control for what content? Yeah, but Elva actually gives the cleanse, right? So that's the big difference. It's kind of OP for Elva. Dark Fate. Yeah, I use full jump my Dark Fate team. My Dark Fae team is basically Lysandra, Fulgur, Allure, Whisper, Ruella. Because Fulgur's the best. In my opinion, Fulgur is the best AoE wave clear champion for Dark Fae. As in the minion, the mirror clones. I know people can argue that they're better legendary options. In terms of accessibility, in terms of usability, in my opinion, it is the best. Sometimes this team works, sometimes it doesn't. It's just not working right now. Normally, this boss killing team runs with... Actually, why isn't it running with... I took it out for... I took it out for the Magma Dragon, because obviously HP burn's not good. Normally, it runs with... Elva with Riho, and I realized I took it out because I took it out for Magma Dragon because the HP burn is not good, but here it's absolutely fine. Yeah, 6-star is massive. Like, you get like 20, I can't remember exactly, you get like 25% crit damage, 10 speed, another like 100 attack. The 6-star speed stat boost is kind of nuts. There we go, that's better. I don't know why I took Riho out of this team originally. This is my boss killing team. This pretty much kills every single boss floor. Because you get Wave Clear and Vlad with GNU. You basically get boss killing capabilities, Riho setting up Whisper, and Noella just anchors the team. She's really, like, Fulgur is really good because when she kills the clones, she guarantees herself an extra turn, pretty much, because she gains 15% turn meter for every critical attack on an enemy. So she attacks 6 times because there's the boss plus clones, which means you end up doing like you get 6 times 15% turn meter back, and then the A2 comes in and fully depletes the boss's turn meter. So you actually get just a substantial amount of damage and turn meter control. So Fulgur for me is one of the best, if not the best option for that role of killing the clones into turn meter control. Your Carl is a very good substitute though. I'm just, if you were to give me a list of all the epics in the game, she'd be top of the list. Just because she's so good. But she's, I bet Acrobat, she's 364% crit damage and crit damage sets. Right? Like Savage crit damage. Or Savage kill stroke. I would say Acrobat. Savage crit damage, yeah. So because we're in Cruel, is she in Flawless or War Master? Acrobat. Is she in Flawless or War Master? Have I done that? Nice. Right then, let's just get the Nightmare Key done. Flawless, yeah. So basically, you're getting 40% bonus crit damage on top of my Seer, right? That I don't have because my Seer is built in. So mine is at like 346% at 221 speed. Now the 10 speed is basically 6-star Awakened, but I'm in War Master in Cruel, so I'm essentially 40% crit damage less, but I'm actually pumping far more damage. Because of War Master. I would suggest... Yeah, for waves you don't, but she's actually incredibly strong for the boss. So, like, if I did what you did, I could get up to, like, nearly 400% crit damage. So normally one crit damage set is equal to one cruel set. Normally. But 6-star, yeah, 6-star, like, it's such a stat blow. Like, I can't, like, having a 6-star Crushing Rend Seer is probably the most OP upgrade in one thing you can have. Going from this to this is probably the most significant damage increase on any champion in the entire game, in my opinion. Because you basically add, like, more than double the ignore defense, plus another 5% crit damage, and 10 speed, and 100 attack. It's such a massive damage boost. It's obnoxiously strong. It's so powerful. Hey, look, I think I might break 1 billion for the first time because of that perma-taunt. Right then, we got to do Nightmare. The nice thing is the pressure's off for Nightmare, so we can basically just run it however we want. Oh, have I broke his build? Yeah, I thought I had. I don't even have... I haven't got an Ascended Shamael. Yeah, I thought I had. What does he need? Like 12% crit rate. Any particular set? Speed, probably. That looks good. Perfect. That's what we want to see. Lovely. Can't believe I haven't got an Ascended Shamael. It's crazy. It's like Fenax. I was going through, I was like, how have I not managed to get an Ascended Fenax? 3 terrible runs in a row. I hate it when that happens. It's why I'm trying to, like, stagger my Hydra runs a little bit more. Because what I was finding was that it was just too much to do in one day, and then you get stressed and tired. Yeah, I've done Vortex and stuff today. I've actually started building my Summoner team, Acrobat, with my Legendaries, which is actually pushing Goblin forward a bit more. I just need to do a lot more grinding, really. Let's just kill you. You pulled a poison leg, or was it Vicana? That's a great start. Let's just, like, punch you in the gut. Oh, God. Which one was it? Do you see we got a tier list on the Hell Hades website now? For Dragonair. I'm sure on the right screen. Am I? Yeah, that's fine. We didn't really get to tag team today, but we'll see if I can fit another stream in. I'm honestly, after this run, I'm probably just gonna like crash because I've been up for like over the past 36 hours. Probably slept like 4 hours trying to break this dreaded jet lag. So I don't know if my brain can compute different things, but who is rating it? Never primarily, but it is me and Never basically have been playing Dragonair a lot, but most of it is done by Never. Sometimes I've come in and said this champion that I've been using is really, really good. I think we need to rate it higher. But yeah. Lothair. Ooh. Yeah, I don't recognize him, so he's probably bad. That's the way it works with Dragonair. I know all the OP champs like Flora and Urganda. Orster's pretty good. Just pump some damage into him. Yeah, it's rough, isn't it, Liam? Like I've been inconsistent. I've been getting up at like some days 9 a.m. Then the next day it's like 2 in the afternoon, and it's just frustrating me. So just kind of looking for some balance because it's not healthy to do that. And sometimes I'm up at 2 in the morning, I'm like wide awake. It didn't help the clocks changed here pretty much within a few days of coming back, so I think that probably didn't hurt. Oh, is he 6.9? Well, maybe he's better than I think. If you ask Nether, he'd probably tell you why he's good. Have you ever gone back and played Electro Heroes? I haven't, to be honest. The main reason why is it didn't have a PC client. And I find it very difficult to use emulators on my PC. Like, I played a bit of Eternal Evolution the other day, and it was just a nightmare to try and get it on a PC. I gave up in the end. I just couldn't get it working on PC at all. So don't need to provoke. There is a new Lord of the Rings game that I really want to play, and we will probably be playing it at some point on the Twitch channel, which is Return to Moria. Oh, back with pizza. That sounds nice. I need to eat after this. So on the Twitch channel, we will be playing more Diablo, but I will at some point be playing Return to Moria, which looks really, really good. It's like a survival Rust style game. If anyone's ever played like Conan Exiles, Rust, that's on your hit list at some point. Well, it's very good as a co-op kind of game, so maybe we can play it together. Apparently it's meant to be very fun if you play it as a co-op, like a campaign or something. I don't know. I haven't looked into it enough, but I'm hearing lots of good reviews from a lot of the Tolkien fans that I follow on YouTube who say it's really, really good. So much better than the Gollum game. Eternal is not worth it. Well, I played it because I needed to, rather than necessarily played it because I wanted to. It's actually like I didn't play it originally when Hell Hades started playing it, you know. It wasn't a game that I played an awful lot then, but actually it's got a lot of good things going for it. But at the same time, I've never seen so many different pack offers in my life. People say that Raid is bad. Literally, they've got like 5 battle passes going on, 3 anniversary packs with like 4 different summon events and 7 different... I can't keep track of everything that's going on. So, in reality, Raid's actually pretty good compared to Eternal Evolution. Gollum was so bad, Jessica, the game development studio was closed. It was that bad. That's how bad Gollum went. They closed the game, the development studio. I can't remember if you answered last time we talked about it. What did you plan to do when returning a quest or raiding? I don't really know at the moment. I might return for the expansion, Acrobat. My main concern is how much time it would take right now. When I'm playing 2 games already with Dragonair and Raid, and I'm also playing Diablo, which I'm really enjoying, I will probably finish the Diablo season, which has got probably another month in it. And then jump in back, probably download and jump back into Lord of the Rings Online. I have to install it first. Yeah, they apologized. Gollum was so bad, they actually came out and had to do an apology. But the parent company folded the development studio again. We played a little bit of Watcher Realms on stream. I don't think it's my cup of tea, but I also don't think I gave it a fair shout, which I think is a fair assessment. I think I probably could have given it more time, but the biggest problem I've got is time. You know, I'm currently playing Dragonair because 1, I'm enjoying it, and 2, we're doing it for the content on the website. I'm still playing Raid because, you know, I enjoy Raid, and also Raid is the predominant main piece of content on the website, so I'm not going to ditch that at the moment just because at the moment we haven't got much content to do. So it's like, I've got responsibilities on Fateless side as well as other things. So it's like, at some point in my life, I need to actually like stop. So that's the challenge, really. I don't really think I've got time to play Watcher Realms enough to... I suppose I don't have enough time to play Watcher Realms enough for it to be a fair representation of how good the game is. Because I know a lot of the people have said that the first couple of hours of Watcher Realms is rough, and then it gets better. And I didn't really go past the first couple of hours. Honestly, Dragonair is a very good game for two reasons. Reason one, it doesn't take all of your time, is reason one. Reason two is it has a lot of strategic depth where the game isn't just won by having one champion, which is always, I feel, a bit of a problem with a lot of games that come out. It's like, oh, you pulled this champion, great, you won the game. Or you would like optimize your start, try and get the best champion at the start, and then nothing else mattered. Like, I'm having to build so many different champions for so many different reasons, and it's actually quite fun. And it's not a... It can be frustrating a little bit at times, but it's also not a chore. It's absolutely fine. Because I feel like it gives you options to do. There's always something to do in the game. And the other thing I quite like about it is it doesn't spam you with pack offerings. Even though it is, like, elements of it is pay to win. Every gacha game is pay to win. But you can actually spend a little bit and get a lot in Dragonair. Whereas I feel like in games like Raid, you have to spend a lot to get a little bit. It's completely opposite. In Dragonair, you can spend like 19 bucks for the battle pass. That gives you like 7 legendary shards. It gives you basically 7 sacred shards, in essence. You can basically buy a $9.99 daily gem pack for the month, and then $4.99 food pack for the month. So you can basically spend those 3 things, and that will give you so much more rewards than what Raid would ever give you. It's actually quite insane. Like, I haven't really bought... Like, I bought some of the initial Dragon Gem things because you got a starter event when you first played the game where you could summon 80 of... If you used 80 of the Heliolite dice, the legendary shards, you got a guaranteed legendary. So it basically meant for 80 of those, I basically got 3 guaranteed legendaries because of the Mercy system and the way that it works. So I bought the Dragon Pack just for that event. But if I didn't have that event, I wouldn't feel like the need is there for me to buy shards in Dragonair, because the champions available to you that are in epic and rare are just as good. Like, one of my top champions is rare. It's got Hex, so I should probably just hit this to try and kill it off. What I'm really interested to see with Dragonair is how the seasonal transition is going to go. Because that's really going to be the make or break of Dragonair. It's launched pretty successfully. I think the launch has been pretty good. What will make or break Dragonair is how people feel and react to the seasonal swap. Right? When basically everything gets reset. That'll be what really make or breaks it. So... yeah, that's the other good thing about Dragonair as well. Dragonair doesn't really require you to have much time. Once you get past the story and that, you can basically jump into Dragonair, pull your horn, go do a couple of dungeons, probably spend your food, and then you're done for the day, like maybe an hour or 2. It's pretty respectful of your time. It would not... like, yes, when you're progressing with different things in Dragonair, when you're actually playing the game, that takes time. But, like, you can basically knock out your dailies and your energy usage on Dragonair within an hour. Maybe less. I want to kill this Wrath head because it's always a problem. For Fateless, have you all talked about the daily need? It's all of these things are in the conversation. We talk about monetization, we talk about game features, we talk about world building, we talk about story, we talk about different models of bosses and content and different things. Everything is kind of on the table in Fateless at the moment. Like, we're in that kind of pre-production phase where we're kind of like scoping out exactly what we want to do. And learning and figuring out all the different problems and systems with other games. It's actually been an effective time to do it because there's been so many games that have come out that we've been able to kind of look at and learn from, if that makes sense, because there's always something to learn about different games, about how they approach their releases and how they approach things like the content they do. Like Dragonair, for example, have gone pretty heavy into like the content creator Twitch promotion offerings. You know, there was like drops in Twitch chat, and they basically paying for content creators to stream the game and different things like that. They've gone quite heavy on a launch in that front, whereas Watcher Realms hasn't really gone that aggressive in the content creation space. I know there's another big game coming out at the moment, which is the King Arthur one as well. That'll be interesting to see how well that does. I don't think that's going to be as popular. I do worry about the long-term longevity of things like Watcher Realms, because it does have a conclusion. We will probably have a desktop version. That's almost like a requirement for us, that there needs to be like PC client compatibility, and not just PC emulator, that it needs to be actually a PC client of some sort. Because a lot of people, even though they like to play on mobile, they like to play on PC. So to me, it's almost like, especially me, if it was my decision, I wouldn't build a game without it in today's age. And also, the PC client needs to be cross-compatible with the mobile client, so that I can log into my phone, play a bit of the game. Then if I'm at home, I can log on my PC, and I've got the same progress, right? One of the biggest fundamental problems with Eternal Evolution, for example, is I started playing on my phone, playing the game, so I could play a little bit, learn a bit about it. I never played it when it first came out with Hell Hades, so I had very little experience as to what the game was all about beyond the basic stuff we did for the website. But I then couldn't go on my PC and link my account because I linked it through Apple. So there's literally no way for me to actually get on the same account on a PC, even in an emulator. So I ended up in this weird situation where I basically had to do like stuff off my phone that I wanted to do on my PC. So it's a bit frustrating. Any idea of a time for an IP announcement? Nothing to confirm at the moment. Very much in, it's in with the higher ups at the moment. Good thing you don't need a third-party tool to find builds in Fateless because it's your own product, right? Yeah, exactly. But, you know, I think there's lots of things we can expose in the game that would not require a third-party tool support. So, like, for example, Dragonair gives you the multipliers in game. So you don't actually need to like export them or download them or go for looking for them. So yeah, my fear for Watcher Realms is a little bit that once you get beyond the initial setup and you start pulling the OP legendaries, is there actually any, like what Raid has got right now, is there anything content wise that you need to do? Or are you just logging in for the sake of logging in and then that's that? Which is where I think a lot of games fall flat is, oh, I pulled the OP champion, I beat the game, what do I do now? Whereas Dragonair doesn't really, or at least on the face value of it, doesn't really have that problem because they are going to reset the game, right? They're going to reset you back every 3 months. So in essence, you don't have the same kind of like null sum game that you have with Watch Your Realms and Raid and other things. You know, pretty much outside of me experimenting and basically wasting my own resources, what exactly do I do in Raid that I can't just beat with one champion, right? Yeah, you keep... So, yeah, when the seasonal reset happens, you keep your gear, they just unlevel it. You keep your heroes, they just unlevel them. You keep anything that you have bought, so you don't lose any of that. And then it just rolls over to a new season. So I'd imagine they'll add new heroes. There'll be a new story. There'll be a new seasonal theme. They change the element combinations. So at the moment, for example, you match up poison and fire together. In the next season, it might be poison and radiance. So it means that you can't just go back and rebuild the same team that you had before, because actually now the content is going to change. They'll probably change up the boss mechanics in fights. They'll probably add new boss mechanics or new boss fights. There'll be new events that they'll do, so it changes up again. So it basically means that although like last season maybe you used Urgand and he was like the best hero possible, this season you might choose actually he's not the best one because of the way that the rotations and everything sits together, and you're better off running someone like Frubath or someone else of different things. But the nice thing that they do in Dragonair, which I thought was very good, I felt like they needed to do it a bit longer, is when you start a new season, you can level heroes up and reset them as many times as you want for the first 144 hours. So for basically like the first week, you can basically like build a bunch of fire teams, test out some champions. If they don't quite work for you, reset it, go back and start again. And it doesn't cost you a thing for that first period, which I think is very good. So a lot of people were doing it to like get their potion keep farming done early so that they could upgrade different heroes without having to build them all up in the future. They also have free gear swapping, which is great because it means that actually you can recycle your all good gear. That's really awkward, the way that that's rotated. There's not much I can really do about that. We'll just still use that anyway, so I don't actually provoke it. I agree, Stiko. I think gear swapping, the cost should be in this. We're gonna have a full cleanse as well, aren't we? I don't think I can get background, can I? Maybe I can. Yeah, we can. Good. I don't think that the cost should be in upgrading, not swapping. It's even better in Dragonair because you can actually save your pre-built artifacts, right? So if you have basically 4 combinations of artifacts, gear, that you know is the best damaging gear, then you can literally just save it as a build and then swap it around without having to go find the pieces again. You can do that for free. You just move it around as much as you want. It's really good. There's lots of little hidden things I'm discovering in Dragonair as I'm playing the game that I'm thinking, oh, that's actually a really good idea. You know, there's obviously flaws in the system. I'm a bit, like, I'm apprehensive. I don't know how that seasonal reset is going to do it. Like, they're basically trying to combine what you get in, like, oh, we lost Shami. Let's find more, revive him now. Oof, actually, kind of lost a lot there. That was awkward. Can I bash something to heal? Don't be Torment. Oh, of course it's Torment Head. This one's going a little bit rough right now. I don't really know what happened. We haven't got a provoke right now, which is not great. Decrease attack. Nice. Get that out just to add some security. Each. Get a provoke now. I can't really attack you. I'm just going to throw this out there to get some decreased attack out. He'll heal up. I just need to heal a little bit. One more turn before I can do that. Sorry guys, I just need to focus here because apparently I was dying for some crazy reason. I can't attack this head because I've got this stupid life leech thing. I can probably smack you though. Right, now I can do stuff. Don't mind about that. Block. Revive Shamiel. Smash this for some damage. Okay, then we're alright now. It's a bit rough there for a second. We had a little bit of a ropey moment. I think it was just the poison cloud into no decrease attack with increased attack up. It just kind of like one-shot me a little bit. Yeah, they're basically trying to put like the Diablo Path of Exile seasonal feel into a hero collector, which is a very innovative, like, that's quite, I would say, ambitious. Because most people want to buy and keep what they buy. And a lot of people might feel like they're resetting what I've spent. Which is a fair assessment. But I don't think it's that bad because I think you keep most of the things you buy. Oof, nearly died to that as well. Need to get rid of this rat head, I think. It's just doing too much to me. It's a bold move, yeah. So with Dragonite, will they do a story again? No, it's a completely different story. So they basically, it's a brand new story to it. That's my understanding. Could be wrong. And maybe when it actually plays out, it's not a new story, it's the same story as before, but that's my understanding is it basically reshapes the world into a different experience. Need to get rid of this wrath head, it's doing too much damage to me. So I think every season they'll add a bunch of new legendaries. But you keep all your champions, you keep all your gear, they just reset you back to 0, basically. Which actually, I think, to some extent, like, a lot of people appreciate things like WoW Classic, or like Fresh Start servers. Imagine if we could play Raid from the start again when everyone's on the same level footing. It might be daunting, but it also might be quite fun, because actually, you're not fighting against, like, 4 years worth of savage farming. You know, you can still keep your main account, but it would be quite cool to have like a classic raid server where I can actually start a new account and have to deal with the same issues that everyone else has to deal with. Right now, the biggest problem with starting a new account in raid is you're never going to catch up to the people who've been playing for 4 years. It's just never going to happen. So that you end up in a situation of hopelessness, if anything. I can probably kill this head, even though it's not ideal. Oof. Player 1291. Well, if you're player 1291, everything's available to you, isn't it? Good old player 1291. No. Gear is the real issue. You'll never be able to catch up with the gear that the top level players have. It's never going to happen. Not unless you spend a fortune. Because they have just got 4 years on you. Like, you'll never catch up with my gear. Because I still have to farm new gear all the time. And I already have access to like 120 lethal. So you'll never catch up with me, for example. And that is the fundamental flaw. A little bit is, you know, how do you deal with that? That's like, for example, my account. I'm fighting to just get one Kaimar, where the 4-year veterans were like, ah, yeah, well, when I was playing like 3 years ago and I had loads of shards and I invested money back then, I was like, all I got was Kaimar, so I've got like 3 in the bank, so I can just instantly make a +3 Kaimar. Trying to make a +4 Kaimar right now is probably one of the hardest things you can do in the game. Or like a +4 Siphi or a +4 Rotus, whereas people who were playing 3 or 4 years ago, because it was like 200, 300 less champions in the game, were able to farm them and get them much easier. So there isn't really like, that's what the prism system is somewhat designed to be, is a catch-up mechanic for you to acquire the champions that you really would like, that you're unable to now because essentially you weren't playing when the game first came out. I thought Dragon was going to delete your gear. No, what they do is they reset the gear back to level 1. So it might roll differently. Right? So the gear that you really had that was really good one season, it might roll differently, but you don't have to go and refarm it, which is actually quite powerful, right? It could make it trivial though, because it could be like, oh, well, all I need to do is just get some gold, upgrade my legendary gear. Now everything's just easy farm. Whereas right now for me, actually, it's not very trivial at all because I'm having to farm the legendary gear to beat the content. But if I already had that legendary gear, is it trivial? Is it too easy? Because legendary gear in Dragon is very powerful. You get a lot of powerful sets. So I would actually just like a fresh start server on Raid. I'd literally love it if everyone logged into that server, went back to level 1 and started their account from scratch. Like a classic server. That would be really fun to me. Did you comment on the team I was theorizing? I don't know what you were... No, I probably missed it, Green Virus. You have to repeat it. You start getting legendary gear Friday night. Yeah, it's a big deal, right? Mage Knight? The amount of primary stats you get, the bonus rolls, it's a lot. The thing is, with raids, the rare gear gives you the same primary stat as the legendary gear, right? All you're really getting in raid is more substat rolls. In Dragonair, you're getting both the bonus substat rolls and the bonus primary stat roll. So it like doubly makes the legendary gear incredibly powerful. Let's do this for a bit of weekend. So it's actually like incredibly potent. List, full Jugnu, allure, cold hot. That should work. Yeah, that should work. Kill it probably in 2 minutes. As long as you got the speeds. I don't think you have to run that fast. I think my allure runs at like 200 speed. And it does the job. Smash this. Oh, we got to reset. Nice. Ah, I made a mistake. I should have attacked the head on the left. Never mind. I probably shouldn't have provoked there either, because the provoke head is going to come out in a minute and I'm going to probably not have it. I kind of want to save that. Yeah, he's massive. And also the third set bonus, right? It's a lot of damage. Like some of it, like doing true damage, a bunch of different things like that. It's a big deal. Yeah, I mean, like I did the other day, Envy, a big push to get a lot of the story done. Because I'd finally built 3 teams. I've managed to push all the way now to, I don't know where the story ends, but I've pushed a hell of a lot further than where I was. So yeah, if you're playing casually and you're behind on the story, then it will struggle. Like, I haven't really done much of the Uteor event, the Shadow event. I haven't really attacked those bosses at all. I haven't had time. So I've just done some of the dungeon events and just trying to get more more heroes up to level 60, so I've got more options. The thing about Dragonair is you're kind of influenced a little bit by the legendaries you pull as well, because if you pull a really strong wild team, that kind of motivates you to build a wild team. But likewise, if you don't pull, like, you don't want to invest in one affinity too soon, because you might end up in a situation where you pull a really good legendary champion, and now actually you really want to invest in that affinity. So, like, for example, now that I've pulled a second legendary Necrosis summoner, I'm like, actually, I can build this Israelis, and I can build this new legendary summoner, but I also now need to match the fit elements. So now I need to go and build like a Necrosis tank and a Necrosis healer, which I haven't done before, which I am building because it's worth it. Because actually, once you get the summons rolling, the summon champions do a hell of a lot of work. The challenge is, can you get the summon rolling? That's the challenge with the team. But eventually you'll need a team for every element, so... Hey, bring back common sense. How's it going? How's your day going? Yeah, Gambler says pretty good. But yeah, like... Yeah, Megan's one I got. I also have Thea, but the only problem with... The main problem with Necrosis is it's matched with Ice. And both Necrosis and Ice in Dragonair, there's not really many good epic or rare tanks. There's one for PvP, which is like a very good shielder, but normally your tank needs to have decreased attack. And they just... Honestly, there isn't a very good one. Whereas in the poisons, you've got like Frubath, you've got Garius, or whatever his name is. You've got Oganda. The fire's got Isolde, and also Horus, the free epic you get. So I'm in a bit of a boat where it's like, well, I want to build it, but I also need a tank, and the tank's kind of like weak. Yeah, I'm not doing too bad. I'm a bit tired. So once I finish this nightmare run, wherever it leads me to, we'll be retiring, as they say, for the evening. However long this... Oh, I resisted. I 3%ed. She 3%ed. We're going to get a cleanse. Maybe I can kill the Wrath Head before we get a cleanse. That would be nice. I shouldn't have really done that. Unless I get back around to it really fast, which could happen if I'm lucky. Got an extra turn. Might get back around to it. You never know. Mine's just going to be on cooldown, so that's not really going to help. Damn. It's annoying. I don't have Questa. No. And she's a damage dealer as well, not a tank. Normally you want 2. Like I run Sigrid Frubath, for example, as a great balance. Horus is a pain because that's all anyone ever runs in Arena. Every single Arena team has pretty much, unless you've got like Garius or Urganda or Frubath, it's just Horus everywhere. It's a real nightmare. The cleanse is coming any minute now. Surely. There it is. And it's paired with a freaking... Oh, that is awful. That is about as awful as it possibly could have gone. Because it took my Shamael at the same time. And double weak hits. Everyone loves weak hitting. Well, Shamael's out at least. Oh, Shamael died instantly. Well, we might as well just do that for now. There isn't one. Hell Hades is baiting you. They've actually confirmed they don't even plan to nerf it, so build it and have fun. Oh, nearly. Need to kill that head. Just do that. Heal. Can we kill the Wrath Head? Just kill the Wrath Head. There we go. Get rid of it. Okay. I think we've stabilized a little bit. Provoke. Cleanse. Let's hit that head. That was nasty for a second there. They've specifically said they're not banning the team, Liam. They've actually specifically said that. They haven't just said we're not banning Trunder. They've said because of the difficulty it requires to make Trunder work, they're not banning the team or nerfing the team. Which basically means they're not changing Yumiko, which should be a surprise to no one because it's a Void Legendary and they can sell it. Hence why they've never nerfed Yumiko, never nerfed Marichka Taras. I like it to get Krokmar the other day. Krokmar's, I think, good. My question with Krokmar when I looked at him was, is there enough between the A3 and the passive to look over the fact that the A1 and the A2 is a little bit basic? That was my question with Krokmar. Did his passive and his A3 give you enough as part of the team to warrant having a pretty weak A1 and A2 in general? But it could be that the damage from A1 is actually quite good, but I don't think it will be. I think it'll be pretty average because the second component will get nerfed hard by the Hydra damage and the first hit won't be that strong because it's HP based. I mean, the fact they said it was hard to build was a bit of a stupid statement because you just need the Yumikos. It might be expensive to build because you got to buy the Yumikos, but once you have Yumiko and Trunders, pretty much sorted. Let me hit this head. Get some stunnage going. I know we get weak hits, but yeah, so I'm a bit on the, like, he's one of those champions, Krokmar, where I would need to actually put him in a team and see how much he performs. He's a little bit like Sulfurion. When I looked at Sulfurion, I look at him like, well, he'd be a very good support, but does he actually, like, contribute enough? Because the rest of his, beyond his A3 or his A2, pretty much all of Sulfurion is about his passive and his A2. Whereas his A1's a little bit basic and he doesn't really do anything else because you're not going to be relying on the revive that often because of the volume of healing. But actually, now that I've seen him used and seen it work, my opinion is a bit more positive towards Sulfurion because actually, in reality, what he does on the A2 is good enough that it doesn't really matter that he doesn't do much else. And I think Krokmar is going to be a similar champion to that, where we're going to spend some time kind of going, okay, well, his A1 and his A2 doesn't really do much. His A3 does quite a lot, and his passive does even more. Is the passive and the A3 enough to overlook the weak A1 and A2, and actually he's good enough to put into the team? Or is that passive just a little bit too, like, an expense that you don't really want to have to spend or don't need to spend in your Hydra team? And that is a playtest, basically. That's where I'd be like, can I have a test server, please, player him, so I can play test this thing? I haven't seen the video of HH yet. Is it again such a bit at the time they had those great quality lights? Not really. No, he basically is discussing the TLDR. The video is he's looking at the different situations that's going on in raid in terms of, like, you know, the going through the raid digest and different things, and then going, kind of giving his opinion on what he thinks and, like, guessing, is there going to be a nerf? He hasn't got any information because none of us do until today. So he's basically just like musing about, you know, is it balanced? Is it not balanced? Should it be nerfed? Should it not be nerfed? Is it, you know... I mean, I got roasted in my video a lot, and I think people overlooked what I was actually trying to talk about in my video. Like, people just, like, I shouldn't really, in the video that I recorded, have mentioned the word, I don't think it's very well designed. Because I think people then immediately thought I was trying to say that the Trunda interaction should be nerfed, which is not what I was saying. What I was trying to say is, as a game design principle, you shouldn't multiply multipliers. Because if you multiply multipliers, invariably at some point, game balance is going to be an issue. It might be happening to you sooner or later, but at some point, you're going to hit a wall where something is so powerful because of the interaction with the multiplication of the multiplier, you just can't balance around it, right? Diablo 4 had this exact same problem with vulnerable and crit damage. Vulnerable would multiply crit damage, and crit damage would multiply vulnerable, which meant that any other build in the game was weak, right? Damage over time, weak. Overpower, weak. Builds that were basically not built around vulnerable and crit damage, I made a mistake there, I shouldn't have done that, were bad. And what they had to do, in order to scale the game content in a way that you couldn't just auto-complete it because of that, they had to make the game content hard, which means because they had to make the game content hard, you essentially then further disqualified the less than desirable builds because there was no way that they could complete the content, because the content had to be scaled enough to make sure that the vulnerable and the crit damage builds weren't so egregiously overpowered that they walked into a room and one-shot something. Which ends up in a situation where you then can't balance the other builds. So you force the game down a path of only build 2 and 3 is good because that's the only one that can work with vulnerable and crit damage. Hence why I'm saying as a game design principle, you shouldn't multiply a multiplier because it leads to a very niche, very unimaginative, uncreative game because you've narrowed the meta too aggressively towards a single build. So what did Diablo do? What did Blizzard do? They broke the connection. They basically said vulnerable has a cap of 20%, crit damage has a cap of 50%. Any other bonus on top is additive, not multiplicative. So you no longer could multiply the multiplier to an extreme extent, which now means that they could drop the game difficulty down because essentially you haven't got one build just blowing up everything, which means that your damage over time builds could receive a few buffs and adjustments, and then that could lift up, and now you've actually got, well, if you want to go vulnerable and crit damage, the build is still probably quite good. If you want to go overpower now, we've reworked overpower, that is also competent. If you want to go damage over time, because the game now is balanced properly, you can go damage over time. That is the balance of a game then, because then actually what you have is more fun and creative builds you can use because they're on par with other builds. And that was the problem a bit with Cadaver. Cadaver was so strong, no other build could compete with it, which meant the whole game mode was boring. Because essentially if you didn't build that team, you couldn't compete, and because you can't compete, there's no point. Right? And that is why game balance, you know, some people will come at me all the time going, all you want is nerfs. I don't want nerfs, I want a good game balance. I want for there to be 8 different ways that I can compete in Hydra Clash. I don't want there to be, if you've got Trunda and double Yumiko, you automatically win, because that is bad. Because that's not fun. It may be fun the first few times you use it, but once that's all you do, it doesn't become fun. Because it becomes stale, it becomes boring, and then players haven't got much flexibility because what can you do to make the game more interesting? Now, there is a difference between an ARPG balance in your game and a hero collector, because naturally there will always be a meta tier list in a hero collector, but then there always exists a meta tier list in ARPG games, right? Every game at some point will have a meta. League of Legends is a 11, 12, however many years game that has always had a meta, but it still has 164 heroes and champions that at some level of gameplay, whether it be high end, low end, middle, all of those champions at some point are good, some point are bad. It just depends on how they adjust the game, because they're constantly balancing the game. Now, League of Legends basically do an outward inward strategy. So what League of Legends will do, what Riot does, is they look for the extremes and they try to narrow it so that everything's on the same page. So if something's at like 60% win rate, they go, okay, that's a bit too strong. We need to pare that down, either by attacking itemization. Maybe there's an item that interacts with this champion's abilities too strong. We need to rework it. Or they target the builds. They target the numbers, right? There's two ways you can balance it. And likewise, they'll look at the other extreme. And then they go and look at that and go, okay, this win rate is at 25%. Clearly not performing well. Do we need... And they probably normally they start with the champion at that point rather than the itemization, because normally if a champion's not performing that well, it probably means that it's just got bad stats and they need to reconfigure it. And then every mid-season and end season, they completely shake up the meta and look at it. So the problem that Riot have got, the problem that Plarium have got, is over the past 8 months to 9 months, I would say, they have got into a nasty habit of narrowing the meta. The worst thing you can do is have a one build meta, because what you end up with is a lack of creativity. There can be a really strong build. There can be really strong Void Legendaries. There can always be this desirable need for really powerful champions. You just need more of them, right? What you can't have is one Void Legendary be so egregiously strong that no other Legendary comes next to it. So that immediately when you release a new champion, people will go, can it be X? No, it's bad. Which is what we have right now. Because essentially, every time a new nuker comes out, I'm looking at it going, can it beat Taras? If not, no point. And what they shouldn't do is that setup, basically, where Taras is so strong with Marichka that there is literally no other team for it. There's no other solution. What they should have is 5 or 6 Void Legendaries that are all on the equal level pairing with different strategies, so that Arena is a compelling game mode then, because actually it's not just like pick Taras Marichka win game. Now it's actually, well, if you pick Taras Marichka, I can also beat you with this, or this, or this, or this. It's not like it's a perfect world that you can achieve that, but I definitely feel like they've kind of allowed the meta to become stale and not reacted quick enough, and that will kill your game. Because once everything becomes only one champion or only one team or only one way to do it, it becomes boring. What Raid did really well for 2.5 years is have a game mode where they released Bommel. You could beat Bommel by having the OP champions, but you could also beat Bommel by having Samar Gemcursed as a solo champion. You could also beat Bommel if you used bombs. You could also beat Bommel if you built a full health team, right? It was creative. There was compelling different teams you could do. Whereas they've kind of got to the situation now where it's like, okay, I need to beat a boss. Well, I'll just use Canoe and I'll one-shot it. Yeah? And that's the problem. When you create a single champion that is way too strong, everything becomes very difficult to, one, create new content because everything you create is going to be beaten in 10 seconds, and two, create compelling reasons for players to build teams because everything becomes boring. Anyway, that's my little... That's why I was making the statement that from a game design's perspective, multiplying a multiplier is a bad idea. It's not because I was saying they have to nerf Trunda because it's too strong. It was, at some point, this is going to bite you in the backside when you're trying to balance your game, which is generally what happens. Yeah, Samar can. Samar can still do it. It's just there are now better, more rapid options, SGT. So like the Gnishak solo bomb strategy, the Fergun, like the Fergun solo strategy. It's just a lot easier to beat him now with different stats and era bonuses and stat bloats, right? So... But yeah, I mean, the amount of people, like, the point of that video was to go, hey guys, this is how Trunda and Madman calculate their damage. So when people were asking me, I don't understand how Trunda can do so much damage, I was going, this is how. And if you're using this, this is what you should be doing to maximize your team. It was not a, please nerf Trunda now, it's too strong. But, you know, that's my fault for including my own opinion, right? I shouldn't have done that. That was the mistake. I shouldn't have included my opinion in the video. I should be fine. Soapbox Streets. Yeah, you caught me at the wrong time, Swagger. Sorry. I went into a dev rant for a little bit. You know, like the single taunt thing that we've got now. To some extent, it breaks my principle of what I say about what is considered exploitive in a game, which is anything that completely bypasses a boss's mechanic that you're intended to counter probably is bad balance, right? That's kind of a general principle that I've said in the past, that if something completely ignores the mechanic of a boss, it probably isn't intentional. And to some extent, the taunt thing does that, right? Because it completely ignores the entire consumption counter. So one part of my brain is like, you know, it's cool. It's really cool that we can create this combo. It's innovative, it's unique, and it's awesome that we've got a champion that we can like taunt and cheat the boss out of the ability. But the other part of my brain is like, this is not like what you're meant to do. You're meant to have to try and beat the boss before you get consumed. So it's kind of like conflicting in my brain at the moment. So probably that's why I have my test server, no test server. I don't actually know why I don't have test server, but yeah, probably. This team, this run's going well, right? 100 million. This is probably going to be my record Hydra Clash week this week, helping the clan out. Unfortunately, we don't have. There's 4 people ineligible in our clan this week, so every million that I get is going to help the clan hopefully win. So I love how HH wants to make a point by scrolling through the Hydra Clash results, talk about trend while all teams yeah. Please don't kill my Gnut, Jamiel. Jamiel, don't kill my Gnut. Cleanse. Yeah, I don't actually think it's too bad because you do need specific champions and it has to be set up in a specific way, right? So to some extent, I think the taunt thing's fine. But as I said, it's just in my head, it was like, principally, this is like, if I agree with this, I'm contradicting my own words. And I'd like to be a man of my word. I don't like Ultimate Death Knight, so therefore I don't use him. A lot of people think it's stupid, but I just personally can't sit here and rant about Ultimate Death Knight over and over again and then proceed to use him. To me, that's just double standards, you know? This heal reduction is pestering me. I've been trying to get rid of it for the last few minutes. Oh, it's another nuke. Yeah, that's the thing. When I'm saying Taras needs a nerf, and when Yumiko needs to not be reset, and Warlord doesn't really need to drop turn meter, it's because I want to open the door for more strategies. Because I actually want to have more compelling gameplay decisions, whereas I don't want to instantly lose a battle because I don't have the right champions. The worst thing a game can do is out-roster you, where you lose all of your ability to make decisions because you don't have the champion, so you're getting essentially out-rostered. That's the worst thing that can happen. Because then you just feel like there's no hope, so you give up and you quit the game. That's the point when most people quit the game, when they realize nothing they do is going to make a difference, because they're not interested then, because there's no decision, there's no compelling reasons to play the game anymore. Yeah, as I said, I think with the Emic thing, I think actually it's fine because, you know, it's not like pull champion win game. It's actually quite difficult to find the right balance, and I think there's nuance in the team. And it's the same thing with Madman. I don't actually think, like, put aside the concept of multiplying a multiplier, I don't actually think that nerfing Madman is required because he's already being punished by the fact it's 50% chance that it will work, so it's already a 50-50, and it's only 30% of the base damage, and you're already losing 300 base attack, and you're also... So, like, the combination of all those things means that actually you can't really scale it anywhere near Trunder, so a rare champion is not out-damaging a legendary. The issue with Cadaver was it was massively outshining any champion in the game, right? So your Void Legendaries couldn't even match it. When you have a rare champion out-damaging a Void Legendary, that's a big problem. Whereas I think the Madman will never beat a Trunder. If you have the option for a Trunder, the only time a Madman will beat a Trunder is if you don't have the reset champions. But there are, like, non-Yumiko reset champions that can make it work, right? You can do it with an Acrisia Emic. You can do it with a Renegade Emic. You could do it with, like, a Kaima on its own, right? There's ways to do it with the Trunder. And I think a Trunder will always out-damage a Madman. And also Madman will need a lot more to make it work because you have to have multiple ally attacks and you still need other factors. Doesn't hit as hard, so the heads are going to be up longer. So I think the Madman is actually okay. I don't know whether... I still think principally Yumiko shouldn't be able to reset herself. And to me, that is more of a question of consistency rather than balance. Because my question would be... Well, if Yumiko can reset herself, like reset her cooldowns, why can't Kaima? Right? That's a consistency question. If one champion can do it, but the other one cannot, why? Does that mean that Kaima needs a buff? Because if we're saying it's fine, then Kaima's bugged, because Kaima should be able to do it as well. You know? So that's what it kind of... Oh, we resisted again. It's really unlucky. Luckily, we should be fine. Let's put speed boost, but not the decreased speed. Well, we can try and smash it for some damage. Oh, nice. We reset on that as well. Yeah, I mean, you can't one-shot the Taras because of its passive, and you can't use Romantu, which is a counter, right? I think, actually, if they implement the polymorph change, as they've suggested, where polymorph will be limited to one attempt a roll, so if I use an ability and I place a debuff, then... I will be limited to just one roll, then I think that actually nerfs Taras Marichka as a secondary component, because what will happen is people will then be more brave to bring their Romantus back in, and Taras Marichka are beaten by Romantu. Romantu is an aggressively hard counter to Taras Marichka. What killed the meta was polymorph more than anything else, because what they did with polymorph was make it so that Romantu couldn't be used, which meant that all of the OP passives like Rota Sifi, like Taras Marichka, they were left to run riot, and you couldn't do anything about them because there was just no counter to it, right? The polymorph basically made debuffers useless. Debuffs were already pretty bad due to Resurgent, and then they just threw in, like, they almost like threw fire on they threw oil on the fire and were just like, to hell with it. I know a lot of plat players basically said one of the best metas was when polymorph came in, but before Taras Marichka, right? But because Taras Marichka passes were so OP, with polymorph, it became stale. But actually the meta was okay. But polymorph killed the... Polymorph basically made it so you couldn't use Romantu. And because you can't use Romantu, you can't take out the passives. And because you can't take out the passives, you can't kill them. You basically gave one champion an OP damage kit and an OP tank kit in one ability. So, does the mythical champion reset herself? Let me check. Mikage, right? Is it Mikage, the one we're on about? Mage Knight? Mikage. Which ability is it? No, it's Crixia. Yeah, Crixia. The lockout ability, right? The reset. Oh, the reset version, not the lockout. So the lockout can be reset. No, it's prohibited. So the lockout can be reset, but the reset cooldowns cannot. She is both. So again, it's a matter of consistency, isn't it? Well, if she can't do it, why can Yumiko do it? We know the answer, because it's a void legendary. But it's not a competent answer. Well, no, because if you remember, they see void legendaries as a higher level than mythical. They charge you twice the price, but they see them on the same or lower level. No, she does it the same as Yumiko, 3 turns. She's of the same quality of Yumiko, except that she doesn't do the lockout in the same ability. But, yeah, I mean, you would expect it the other way around, that Yumiko, because it locks out and resets in the same ability, it would be prohibited. But it's the other way around. Yeah, Jorgid can counter Taras Marichka if you can breach the Taras. And you've got some sort of like ability to stop the Marichka revive cycling. Like the way to beat the revive cycling is you lock out. So if you go first with Yumiko, you win, right? That's why people run like 400 speed Yumikos, because lockout beats lockout. But then you enter the next problem, which is what happens when you put the Yumiko with the Taras Marichka? Is your Yumiko fast enough? If it's not fast enough, it automatically loses. And the only way you can counter that is by bringing your own Yumiko that's faster. So if you've basically got the only solution to a counter is to bring the same thing in reverse, that's not a very good game balance. Right? And that probably means that something is overpowered. If the only way to beat something is with itself, that is a problem. Well, no, Warlord is not anymore, because Warlord is countered by Taras. Why? Because Warlord gets feared, so you have to run then Stoneskin Warlord, which means he's not going to be fast enough to beat the opposing Yumiko, which means Yumiko wins. So in Plat Arena, Yumiko is way better than Warlord. Most people want the Yumiko, not the Warlord. Probably save it. Yeah, it's alright, just use it. Yeah, Stone Skin's not the answer, because if you Stone Skin, you automatically lose. Oh, I hit turn limit here today. You lose the speed bonuses. No, I don't think there's ever been a perfect balance, Nobo. But there's been situations where you can run like speed teams into tank teams, into blender teams, into like high debuff teams, into high resist teams. There's been metas where there's lots of ways to win. There's been other metas where there's lots of ways not to win. I probably should save that for Yakmo, never mind. But my point is, we're now in a meta where there's only one way to win, which is Taras Marichka with Ultimate Death Knight and a very fast Yumiko. If you don't have those champions, Platinum Arena is like probably not worth you going to. It's a waste of your time. That's what it's come down to, and that's really bad. Hello. Yeah, right? But that's because of Nekmothar, Dutchy. That's what the impact of having Nekmothar doing those guaranteed extra turns in Relentless. I don't think the Shamael attacks count as an extra turn, so that's fine. Hey Saf, do you help me the other day with tag team arenas for my DD? Do I select damage in the optimizer, or you don't? If you're doing damage optimization, Rez, so long as you've selected the right target, you don't need to enter a required set, because if Savage is the best set for you, it will give you Savage. If Cruel is the best set, if Lethal is, it will give you the build that gives you the most damage. You don't need to enter the sets. It'll do it for you. It's actually probably better that you don't. Oh, really, Joe? That's kind of cool. Do you know what I would really like to see, Acrobat? Bracketed tournament event ladders. Actually, like a bit like how they did Hydra Clash, but more interesting. Like where you enter into like a round robin knockout phase, and then actually have it so that members of the community can draft their own somehow with their clan mates and stuff like that. Or like having like inter-clan tournaments where the clan can basically put people up against each other and you can try and fight against your own clan mates for big rewards. That would be compelling to me. Oh, Shamael died at some point. I need to revive him. Didn't see Shamael die. The balance is the ban phase. Well, the problem is the ban phase is irrelevant. That's the thing. The ban phase is irrelevant. Because of the way that the ban phase is structured, if you don't go in and get your team that you build, you lose. If anything, the only thing you're doing in the ban phase is trying to avoid the ban phase. Right? That's all you're trying to do. Is what 5th champion can I put up in the ban phase that will force them to ban it so that they don't ban the champion that I need to make my team competent and work? Like, a strategic ban phase would be something which I can actually course correct halfway through the draft depending on what the opponent is drafting. That's not what we've got. What we've got is essentially a draft phase where I pick one, then I pick 2. I have to pick 2 damage dealers. I probably have to pick a reviver. I probably can't pick a speed team because it's too easily countered. And then I have to try and pick something so they don't ban my actual win condition. So you actually have 0 options. Cantrot is in for hard Hydra Provoker. What's the rest of the team makeup, John? It will probably depend on the rest of the team. This team is doing really well. 138 million on Nightmare. The record this team has done is 144. So it's, can we beat that? Well, the biggest problem, Nobo, is if you haven't got a lot of Void Legendaries you can flex, it's very difficult to protect your win condition. Right? Because I'm running just Necret and Duchess, I don't have a Warlord, I don't have a Kaimar, I don't have a Yumiko, I don't have a Jorgid, I don't have a Leo, I don't have a Siphi, I don't have a Rotus, Taras, Marichka. I'm basically like, what can I offer so they don't ban my Duchess Necret? Because essentially, if they ban my Necret, there's a good chance my team just dies, which is not great. If they ban my Duchess, then normally my team doesn't have enough damage because I lose increased attack. I put Wukong up. Wukong really gets banned. Most people know that Wukong is not the threat. Probably here comes the Wrath Wipe, yeah. I should be able to get it, though. Not far away. Let's just do that. Who's going to be eaten next? Oh, the Provoker's going to be eaten. I think we're limited now. We probably scraped the record. Just hit that. Yeah, so like I normally draft Duchess, Wukong, Fenax, and then Necret, and then Flex. Might be Arbiter, might be another damage dealer, it might be an Uko, it might be Pythian. Sometimes I can be a little bit clever, and I can get away with like only picking Fenax with my Wukong, knowing that my Wukong doesn't have is not a damage dealer, and I can get away with it. But if they ban the Fenax, then I have no win condition, so I'm almost like forced into like 3. And the problem with having Wukong is he's great for that initial first turn, but he doesn't bring any turn meter himself. So whilst I can knock out the Ultimate Death Knight, or I can knock out the Taras or something like that, I then have to compete with the fact that they have fast champions that I haven't been able to draft. And if I don't pick the Duchess, then and they ban the Necret, then often I'm too squishy and I might need an extra rotation to kill them, and it's too much, right? So that's what I mean about strategic diversity. What ends up happening is you basically draft 2 revivers, 2 damage dealers, and a utility that you then have to try and... a utility or a 5th that you're just throwing up there so that you don't get banned. Right? Because that's what you're doing. You're just trying to basically avoid losing your win condition. Just want to heal it a sec. I'm going to get smashed for a lot of damage. So strengthen. Heal. Give it to me then. She's back out. Here it comes. Big smash. At some point. It's going to be cleansed as well, so no decreased attack probably. Oh, we survived that. It's fine. God, I wish I had a Torment Head right now. Oh, that's painful. Decreased attack. We're still going. That was a good recovery. That was the worst situation that could happen, because it was like eat the Provoker during a Provoke head up and a Wrath head up with increased attack. We survived it. Yeah, Harima's great. And that's the thing with like people like Leorius and Rotus. They can kind of go into there and they don't need like someone to keep them alive. Whereas, like, if you draft someone like a Fenax, if he ain't backed up by a Necret, you're dead. There's no way you can keep him alive, right? It's just impossible. Yeah, Marichka Sifi's a great start. Then you bring your 2 damage dealers in, which means that if they try to ban your Ethos or your Candy, they can't win. And then your last one is whatever they draft against, right? Yeah, it's exactly what I'm doing. You basically... You've already decided what your team is before you're going in. That's what I don't like about the ban phase and the drafting phase. You already know what you need as a team before you even go in, and you're just trying to draft not to lose the team that you want to build. And that's not strategy. That's like, what can I get away with? What can I do that's going to save me? Yeah, Candy's not a bad option as well. But the problem that Candy has, and still has, in my opinion, is he can't kill Duchess. Right? He can, but most of the time when I use my Candrathon and I want to kill Duchess, he'll always weak hit. So you just basically spend the next 2 years weak hitting on Duchess. And that's the problem with Spirit-based. Force-based. Unless you can take the Duchess out of the flow, which obviously you can ban it out. But banning a Duchess, I think, is actually a poor usage of a ban, especially when you're probably going to face a Sifri, Rotus, Leorius kind of combo. The one I struggle the most with is when they draft Kaimar, Arbiter, when they draft Kaimar, Arbiter, Warlord. I actually don't have an answer for that. If they draft Kaimar, Arbiter, Warlord, it's like, if I ban the Warlord, I'm just going to get outsped by Arbiter and then slapped into Kaimar, and then Kaimar's going to reset them, and I can't tank 2 rotations of damage output from the damage dealer. So I can't ban the Warlord. If I ban their Arbiter, their Kaimar's probably fast enough that I can't beat the Kaimar. And he's got the speed aura. If I ban the Kaimar, it's going to be Arbiter into Warlord lockout, and I've lost. So that trio is very hard to ban out, in my opinion. The only way you beat it, you bring your own lockout, right? So you ban out their speed lead and you outspeed them and you lock them out. As I said, if the meta is you beat it by beating itself, it's not very diverse. It's not very fun. Because it means that all the strategy that I've got is not there. There's basically no way I can beat it. The only way I can beat it is if I'm somehow, like, they make a bad ban decision, or I'm somehow faster than them for whatever reason. That's when you ban the DPS. But they've drafted 2 DPS. So they'll draft like Jorgid, Leorius. So who do I ban out of that? You know? So it's like, I can ban the support or I can ban the DPS, but I can't really ban the DPS because this what? And as you say, Boho's right. What do? I'll go in. If I'm not fast enough, I'll just quit the game because I've lost it. Because I know almost it. Like, I can pretty much tell you, unless they play it wrong, whether I'm going to win or lose a fight before I even go into the battle. Unless they play it wrong, I can pretty much tell you that. Because that is how Arena is. It is predetermined. This is the personal best for this team. Today has been a very good Hydra day. Well, the thing about Leorius is, it's very hard to counter him if you bring Polymorph. Because the only way you stop Leorius is block passive skills or block buffs, both of which can proc from Polymorph. So what's nice about Leorius is you can basically put him in a team and he'll look after himself. He's self-sufficient. It frees up a spot for you to actually pick an actual utility champion, and 9 times out of 10, I shouldn't have used that nerf, that was pretty bad. 9 times out of 10, you will you'll end up in a situation where you can bring a 5th champion that you normally wouldn't be able to, and that champion is someone they want to ban, which means that Leorius is always going to get through. Leo does get bullied by the monkey a little bit, but that's only if you don't bring Polymorph. If you bring Polymorph, the monkey gets screwed over by that, right? So you got to know what you're building in. If I'm building Leo, I'm doing everything I can to protect his passive, right? I'm building stuff like Lightning Cage. I'm building things like Polymorph, so that the blessings will stop you from being able to stop his passive. And that means you're going to try to put his passive, and then because you failed, because I protected the buff or I protected something else, I've now got tons of damage and I'll just come in and one-shot you. There's nothing you can do. It's the same with Rotus. 9 times out of 10 with Rotus, the only way you beat him is if you out-monkey him, or you slowly whittle him down, or you bring block passive skills. Like someone like a Constantine can do it as well, because he can double hit if he can do enough damage. Someone like a Rhonda. But the other problem you've got now is Ward of the Fallen. And Ward of the Fallen will make it much harder for you to one-shot a Rotus if it's well built. I would hesitate to say that if you've got a Rotus well built in Ward of the Fallen, he should not be one-shottable. We're in a little bit of a sticky situation here, not going to lie. We could probably smack this head for some healing. It's fine. I can revive you. Strengthen. That out there. Just smack that. Probably fine to do that. It's absolutely fine to smack this head a little bit. The supposed nerf they're doing to Polymorph Nobo is actually a very good one. It's one that I suggested, which is when Polymorph triggers, it can only apply once per skill. The biggest problem with Polymorph right now, it's once per effect. So if I steal a buff, that's one roll. If I then place a debuff, that's another roll. If I try to remove a buff, that's another roll. So when you have someone like Romanto, his A3 has 2 rolls, remove buffs, and then place a debuff. His A2 has 4 rolls because every single debuff is a roll. So you're basically guaranteeing that Romanto will get polymorphed. And that is the fundamental problem. If all it did was, when I use the A2, I have a 20% chance, with 25% with Fearsome Presence, to polymorph, that's far more balanced. It's still a risk, but it's not guaranteed. So when they've come out before and they've said, oh, but it's only 20%, I'm like, sure. But that 20% is rolled multiple times. So actually it's more than 20% because you've actually rolled it over and over again. So it's a bit disingenuous for you to come out and go, but it's only 20%. It's not that bad. Well, yeah, sure. In that context. Yeah, Madame as well. She basically has 1 roll to remove all the buffs. I'm not sure if it does it per buff, but if it does, it's even worse. I'm pretty sure it's per action, right? So per effect. So in the skills, for example, if there's 4 specific attacking skill effects and all of them roll 1 debuff, each one of them will roll polymorph once. So like if I've got 2 actions, then actually it's 25 times 25%. If I've got 4 actions, well, it's 25 times 25 times 25. You know, so that's the thing. So if it was actually balanced around the fact that I use an A2, I have a 25% chance once, then actually I can take Romanto into the fight going, well, I've got a 1 in 4 chance that it'll work. If it doesn't work, well, that's just RNG. If it does work, cool. It doesn't immediately invalidate the value of a debuff, which is what Polymorph does at the moment. Does Ukraine have daylight saving times? I have no idea. It does feel per buff, doesn't it, Taha? It absolutely could be. But it was actually a recommendation I made in one of my videos. I said that would be a great solution for Polymorph. Night Duchy. I won't be much longer. I'm just running this until it finishes. Apparently, we can't lose right now. I'm just trying to do as much this week as I can because the clan is down a few members. So the more that I can do to help the clan, the better. So every single million I'm doing here is 4 million more the clan doesn't need to win. This is a big deal. So it'll roll per action on the hero, right? So if I have champion A, and champion A has 2 effects where 1 removal and 1 placement, then it will roll 20% twice, and then it will roll 20% twice on the other champion, then it will roll 20% on the other champion. So essentially, they're all rolling their own individual rolls. So if all of them are 6-star and they all have polymorph, then you have basically 20 times 20. So if you think the odds of it not working on one hero is 36%, and then we roll that again and again and again, right? So it's like basically 0.8 times 0.8 times 0.8 times 0.8 is 2 times 0.8 times 0.8 times 0.8 times 0.8. Home 1 minus that. So it actually works out as like an 83% chance you'll get polymorphed. Or in essence, a 27% chance you don't get polymorphed. And that's only with 2 actions. Now, if it does it per buff, what's guaranteed? Right? If you're removing 2 buffs on each individual hero and placing a debuff, then you're pretty much... Oh, damn, I made a mistake then. You're pretty much guaranteed for that, you know? Night, guys. I know it's a bit of a late one tonight. I've just noticed the time as well. Ah, we're going to lose. We're going to lose for the first time. I think we're finally coming to the end of the run. Because we don't have Hex out, and I wasn't paying attention. So I've used all of my abilities, and I don't have Hex. Unless we, like, high roll some serious numbers here. I'm going to put weaken out. We might get it out in time. Need to boost Necmo back up. Now it's the cleanse. Oh, it's close. Thanks. Appreciate it. This is the highest I've ever done in Nightmare. This is a Nightmare record for me. Oh, Gnut. Oh, no, Gnut. Gnut got double slammed. It's fine. Hold it one turn. That was a mistake. I should have attacked the left head. Attack the left head so I can get some turn meter control. The consumption time is getting me now. Come on, Relentless. Here's the increased attack. Shamael should hopefully have a turn in a minute. Oh, Lord. Let's get the Gnut out first. Now we're in real hot spots. I should have attacked the left head. I've probably got a Gnut A3, so that's fine. Come on. I don't. The problem is like there's just no time between the consumptions now because it's just crazy. It's fine though. It's fine. We'll probably lose that head. So we can take this one out. Nice. Instant consumption. Yeah, CBC tomorrow though. It's not too long. I had a great poly interaction yesterday. I had Baron A2 with Duchess with Polymorph. Bring her with Soul Reap range, but the Reaper didn't come. Yeah. That's also something that can happen. I should have used A2 there. Ooh. Isn't it suck a little bit that Soul Reap in Hydra just doesn't do what it's meant to do because it doesn't ignore the AoE damage penalty? That always bothers me. Like, the whole point of Soul Reap is to execute something and it doesn't work. It's so depressing. Oh, it's got Reflect. That's awkward. It stole the damn... Right, well, we can get that out. Mithrala's out. That's something. Can we actually do anything to get Ugo out? Shamael's gonna get eaten though. I literally have no time between. I'm literally like getting one person out as another one comes out again. I think we're gonna lose Ugo though. Yeah, we are. It's fine. On the bright side, they actually they couldn't find time to consume. I should have cleansed that actually, so he could heal. Gnut! You stupid dwarf. You just killed yourself. Can we get one more Gnut A3? That's what I'm hoping for. One more Gnut A3. That's all I want. Oh, we got fears. That's not great. One more Gnut A3. There we go. It's not over yet. We're still going. There's still hope. It's very limited, but the hope is there. Hey, Elixium. Yeah, this run just doesn't want to end. I literally have like one turn between everything. Just throwing out everything I possibly can. It's over now, surely. We're getting like 2 turn consumptions. Oh, we got one more. Who do I kill? Let's go for that one. Oh, not enough. Surely with extra damage. Oh, he's eaten. Okay, Morty's out. This is the stupidest thing I've ever done in my life. This is well and truly my personal best. My previous personal best was 144. I think the run's over. I don't think we can do much. Morley against the world. Go on, Morley, smack some damage. She did 5,000 damage. Wait. She did 2,000 damage. There we go. Competent. 171 million. That is my best and highest Hydra Clash score I've ever done. By quite a margin. 2 personal bests on Brutal and Nightmare tonight. I don't know why it didn't kill past Pythian. It won't kill past shields to hard. It should ignore Pythian's passive. Keep result. Do you think Vizix or Umbra is better for the provoke? Vizix. Vizix doesn't punish herself. Umbral's a good budget option, but Vizix doesn't punish herself. Oh, I have so many DMs, it's actually terrifying. I assumed you meant Hydra. If you don't mean Hydra, then it's okay. But in Hydra, that stone skin's going to run out, and then you're going to be punishing yourself. It's fine, Brissinger. I had a bad week last week, so... I can't compete with Mr. Shooter, who... This team is just like bonkers strong. Look how good this is. But I suppose that's the Grisor and the Tuhanarak and everyone else. Like, he can just OP it, and he's got like... Look, everyone's in Relentless apart from Knut. Like, that is some absolute bonkers team there. Guys are really elite. Like, Shooter's team is insane. But I beat his Brutal team this week, and I didn't match his hard. Like, my hard did like 160, but you know. Man, his hard team with Turval did crazy amounts. See, Val is very performant. Val, Turval there with Mithrala. Hex punishing them. Really good. My hard team did okay. Room for improvement. This did really well. We can refine it and improve it even further. So I'm happy with that. I've helped the team out as best I can. You know. Because that's the problem. See, this week we've got 4 ineligible because we had to move some people around for clan versus clan. And you only have like an hour. It's such an awful system for us. So we're basically capped at like 78 keys. So we're going to be at a disadvantage with these other people. But we'll probably come like 3rd, maybe 2nd if we can like avoid getting screwed over by these teams. But you know. What can you do? Double Yumiko. Balanced. It's really hard to do this. Let's see how many people have done it, shall we? Oh, he's just got like so many Acrisias. He's just out Acrisia, that's fine. Vazelvarg. Canoe, pretty good team. Oh, not many people have done Trunder here. Oof. Good old Geomancer. Acrisia pumping. Oh, look. Really hard to do. He hasn't even got Yumikos and he's already hitting 1.4 billion. quiz here. Oh, look. It's really hard to do. This guy only has one Kaima and he's still pummeling through it. I really don't understand, like, the... Oh, it's so difficult to do it. It should be rewarded. I'm like, it's clearly not. I mean, this is like a scuffed version. It's already hitting 800 million on normal. And you're telling me that's difficult to do? It's like a scuffed version, this is. It's not even got any resets or ally attacks. It's just like, now we'll just throw the Trender in and just do 400 million damage. Silly people. Are you on the... I'm not on the highest one, no. I'm on the... we're in SOS. I lead 6. I lead the 6. Sons of Scion 6. Sons of Scion 1 is the premier one. I don't like playing with the big boys. I like keeping quiet down in my guy. I like keeping my clan happy. We do well, though. We do match the top clan quite a lot. It's... Yeah, I would love it if I had 100 blimmin' tier 2 essence, but I have 8. So that's going to get me far, isn't it? We'll leave all this till tomorrow. We'll leave that till tomorrow. Leave all that till tomorrow. So yeah, it's times to arena tomorrow, so that'll be a bit of a bloodbath. Normal personal rewards, critical damage gear there, but what do we got here? Savage, nice. Pretty average though, pretty standard. Hey, Supreme Elhain, if you can get the damage out from her, she will scale quite hard, right? Because what you're basically getting is 20% more attacks against... He's probably putting out decreased attack, which is activating this. Then you're basically doing a bunch of damage. If you can stack debuffs, hits really hard. I wouldn't recommend it. There's probably better options, but... Yeah, if you can scale the debuffs, right? If you can put 10 debuffs out, then that's going to do 100% more damage. Remember what I said about multipliers. If you've got 100% and the 200%, that's going to do a lot more damage. You know, that's why there are actually champions in the game. I think he's Banner Lords. This thing here is misleading. Most people think this is, oh, he just has 40% more crit damage, right? It's just additive. It's not. If this guy crits, it just flat multiplies the damage output by 40%. It's insane. It's one of the strongest passives in the game. It's just, unfortunately, this doesn't hit hard enough. But this, literally, if you critically attack with Halberdier, is a flat 40% multiplication. It's not additive, it's multiplicative. It just takes the damage, multiplies it by 1.4. Really strong. So tomorrow I will be pulling Hajj the Rai, and I think Timid the Fool, my last 5 fragments is basically this. So I'll be pulling that and Timid the Fool tomorrow for a cool 60,000 points because I want to get my legendary book. So I'm pulling these now tomorrow so I can get my legendary book for the pairing. I might try and get Jinro as well because I'm really curious to try some experimentations with Jinro. And then books-wise, I've got 18 books, which I think I'm going to share amongst Supreme Kale, because I think I can do some cool stuff with him, Jinro and Kaja, because they both need books, really. Like, Kaja definitely needs the books. She needs the books here. Not so much there, but those would help. I don't really care about the books there. So she needs like a minimum of 2. He kind of needs like a minimum of 4. Sorry, they both need a minimum of 4. They're both kind of like the same books. It's a real shame he doesn't have damage on these. It kind of punishes him. So if I can get away with 8 books on there, I can then do Supreme Kale. Right, because he needs like 4, 8, 12. So 12 plus 8, 20. But I should be able to pick up an extra legendary book here or there. Might get one from Clan Boss. We'll definitely get one from the clan rewards here. So I should be able to book them all tomorrow. Let's just burn some more because we need silver here. Saf, what should I build Torment for Arena? Stand with accuracy. I actually kind of like Nuke Torment, haha, with a bit of accuracy. Like, get him to like 250 accuracy, 350 accuracy, something like that, and just build him full damage. It catches people off guard. Do I have a plan for Timit and Kaja? Actually, I have a plan with Timit, Kaja, and Supreme Kale. We'll see how it goes. But honestly, I'm going to just play test them first, just have a bit of a feel about them, see how good they are. I feel like they could be a very good buff counter. Basically what that Quinta should have been, but isn't. So, I need to get back doing live arena as well. I finished Doom Tower today, so I can like basically blast through normal tomorrow now. I might try and do all the secret rooms and see if I can. If I do all the secret rooms this rotation, I will finish the Doom Tower champions and I'll get Jinro the Stalk. So, if I can do them though, because some of them are like brutal. Like, I'll be honest, I think it's 12. This is just a bit of a joke. Like rare magic champions. I could probably actually do it between Purgator, Elhain Judge. I probably could do it, but man, it's like, is it going to be hard? What's the fastest team here? Why are people using this chick? Candlebearer. All right, weird. One of these rooms is awful as well. That one's fine. Which one is it? This one. Rear attack, not great, to be honest. It's a bit of RNG rolling. We could do that. There's one horrific room. I don't know which one it is. It might not be this rotation. I think it's the one where it's like Force HP rare champions. It's like the most horrific combination I've ever seen in my life. I think most of these will be fine, so I might be able to finish them all. Ogrins are fine because I got Jorgid. Rare Spirit. That's a good time to have Madman, I guess. How many people are using their Madmans? Let's have a look. Oh no, they're all using Soul Bonds. Maybe it's time to use Madmans. Look at them all Soul Bonding up here. Some Hex Weavers. I could probably do this. I've got a pretty good team. But that one's going to be a tough one. Force attack should be fine. I can use my 6-star Fushan. HP champions pretty much is easy enough now that we've got Artak and Emic built. So yeah, this will be interesting. Interesting thing about Timit is if you use him as a one-trick pony only as a debuff, you can do it without any books. Yeah, but I do feel like even with books, you still need it. I feel like he still needs the books. I don't know. My plan with Supreme Kale is actually to make him a nuker. I'm going to make him like full damage Supreme Kale craziness. Because you don't need accuracy. Because nothing can be resisted. So you don't need accuracy. So just go full nuke. It's my plan. I'm going to build like a giga strong nuker and see how far I can go with him. Because he does give weaken. Get a bit of poison. Increase the duration of all enemy debuffs. None of it can be resisted. Fills this champion's turn meter by 10% for each thing, so he gets a lot of turn meter. So my thinking is with him, with Kaja the Rai, basically getting turn meter if someone tries to drop her turn meter, and with Timit basically permanently getting turn meter, can I just build like a giga turn meter team? That's what I'm going to try. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, but my unkillable, my Iron Twins team is like, my Iron Twins team is like so fast. Like, I can do it in a minute, basically. It's really fast. Do you buy books? Sometimes. It depends where I'm sitting at the moment in terms of my supply. I like to try and keep 30,000 in case I need the Sacred Shard or the Void Shard for whatever reason. But yeah, I'll buy them from time to time. Like I might buy it this CVC if I'm short of the books. How many books are you ready to blow? 18. I also have Madman to book, which is what, 4? Is it 5? So 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 rare books. I also have Hexweaver to book, so that's another like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on top of that. So that's a few more points. Don't really have any epic champions to book. Haven't pulled any new epics. I might book Colin if I haven't already. So I got a pretty good stockpile. Yeah, but I just like, I blew up this in 23 seconds, so. It's good. Emic is so good for everything. I mean, that's why I took him out of Clan Boss, because I felt like I was diminishing his value by putting him in Clan Boss. There's so many things you can do with this unique combination of passive ability and everything else. It's really good. So, I mean, this is more books than I normally end up with. I think I just got the one from Champion Training Tournament and a couple of others, and I don't think I booked much last CVC. So, you know, I mean, a lot of these champions are basically sitting on like a few pointless books. Mortu doesn't need books. Suzerain Catone, I don't use his A3, so it doesn't need books. Arbiter, the main thing is booked. Leorius, Longbeard here. This could do with books, but not necessarily needed. Main thing is booked. This would be helpful, but I don't need it. Trenda's not booked at the moment, so I probably should at some point, but I don't use her. He doesn't need books. Rhonda, I don't use her. Marinix, I don't use her. Uko, everything is booked. I probably should book the A1 at some point, but it's not needed. Same as Kimmy. The two things that are booked needed to book. This isn't booked, so it's not really a problem. He is pretty close to being booked. That could be helpful, but I don't use him anymore. And then obviously we get down to the newer champions that I've got, like Supreme Kale's not booked. Danag's not booked. Supreme Elhain I want to use at some point. So she's kind of on the book range at some point I want to book, but only when I have no one else to book. Because I think there is some value in using her as a like Necret counter. She's quite good. Like, she's basically budget Jorgid. She's nowhere near as good as Jorgid, but she's budget Jorgid for being able to bypass things. So put on Emic, double Pinky Ball, Emic Pinky Bone Ruark for the Taunt Hydra Shell. Personally, I think Emic Nia, but if I was going to go anywhere, probably Emic Ruark, because I really value the 2-turn taunt, okay? The 2-turn taunt is what makes it easier to basically work around. You might even be able to you might not even need the Painkeeper with Emic Ruark. You might be able to basically go Emic, Ruark, Emic, Ruark, right? You might be able to alternate them if you can get it, balance it right with the right speeds and the right setup. You just gotta avoid the situation where Emic's taunt is expired as his starts. You just need to make sure you balance that out. But with Emic's 1-turn reduction, this should be a 3-turn cooldown for both of them, so you should be able to overlap. So you should be able to have Ruark for one, and then another one, and then as Ruark's is about to expire, you turn on Emic's. Emic lasts one and that, and as Emic's is about to expire, you can run Ruark's. And you do get AoE decrease attack. You'll get like shields for allies, which is nice. A good self-taunt. So they're not bad options together. But it means I don't think you need to run the Painkeeper with a Ruark, because I think the two of them together, because they're 2-turn provokes, will work. Yeah, Lady Kimmy though is a sheep magnet. That's the problem with Lady Kimmy. So anyway, guys, is Ambassador lethal in 2 turns? That's the question, Joe. You didn't realize she could shatter your shields. Who was that? Green Virus. He's a high elf, right? Ambassador Lethalin. Yeah, so that's fine. 2 turns again is okay. I actually think 2 turns is fine. The only thing with this is the good thing about Emic and Ruark self-taunting, they force the enemy to kind of target them, I guess. It shouldn't make a difference, but I also think they bring a lot more than this guy. This is kind of a little bit of a cleanser. Like, they'll bring like decreased attack, skill reductions, shields. I think they bring a little bit more to the team than this guy. But, you know, he's an AoE A1, so at least you would get like a potential for provoke, but he doesn't attack on this one, see? So he's not really a good one else. So definitely feels like the combo would be a Bastila and Nia. Emic Nia, or Emic and Ruark alternating. Oh, Supreme Elhain, yeah, Supreme Elhain is nasty. You gotta watch for her. If she gets the extra turn, this is gonna one-shot you. And if you kill someone, this one-shots you, right? That's the way you do. You open with this. That's why she's a bit like Jorgid. Jorgid is like, you kill someone, he gets an extra turn, and then he kills you. She's a bit like that. You also can't really slow her down. She has good base multipliers as well. She's pretty good, so Emic Countess Licks, maybe. The only thing is, I think 1 turn cooldown reduction is going to be too tight, but I could be wrong. So well, it will make them target them, except for the mechanics that don't target them, SGT. So the Decay Head will always target the lowest HP champion, and the Mischief Head will always target the champion with the most buffs. So if you exclude the ones that override all of the targeting, they will target the taunt one, right? So if you notice, Suffering would always attack my taunt target with the life, with the soul thing, like the debuff that you take the damage, the life token thing. If you noticed, when Mischief targeted, he would target because I had the most buffs. When Wrath Head would target anything single target, it'd be like that. When the Torment Head was targeting, it was always targeting my Taunt Head, which is why I was always getting the Provoke, the Fear, not the True Fear, the normal Fear, because if it doesn't have a special targeting, it will always target the Taunt target. How's the daily stream life going? I'm all right, actually. The jet lag's killing me, Green. So I'm gonna probably eat now, go to sleep, and hopefully I'll be up at like 10, and I'll be back to normal. That's the plan. Is increased crit. The buff is additive. The debuff is multiplicative. So increased crit damage adds 30% to your build. Decreased crit damage multiplies your total crit damage by 25%. So the debuff is far more powerful than the buff. You just opened my brain. I forgot a head needs to take a turn to not eat. Just if taunt runs out, they can eat. Exactly, yeah. So as long as taunt doesn't fall off, you never get eaten. That's what we've tested and successfully done today. The only problem is the fear head liked targeting and messing up my runs. So as long as you don't get feared or provoked, and your combination of your taunt champions are there, you will never have to deal with consumption ever again. It's very powerful. Yeah, she's not bad. She brings weaken as well. She's a good option. I just worry if I don't know if 1 turn cooldown is enough, because it won't fully reset him. It could be the combination of the two together will be fine though, Elixium. It will be a better version than Painkeeper, because she is, right? That's what I always try to figure out, is how can I get counters Lix into Clan Boss, because I get weakened rather than just a bit of damage, which is what you get with Painkeeper. So it's really good. Yeah, you do need a good resist. As I said, this is the build that I've got him in at the moment. I've leveraged protection set. Ideally, I'd want this 9-piece. Because the 9-piece, actually, I didn't realize it, will actually give a damage bonus when I have shield and unkillable out. So actually, I could be giving, with protection set, all my team 10% more damage, because I'm producing a shield and unkillable buff on all my allies. And it doesn't have to be protected, it just has to be a buff. So if he places the buff on the team, they get 5% more damage. So it's actually crazy damage strong. So actually getting these artifacts from Hydra Clash that gives me the protection set is going to be really big. If I can get them, but it might take forever. Resistant accuracy. Yeah, but you can bring buffs to mitigate that, Nobo. And you can bring things like, you know, area bonuses will help you a lot. Being able to rack up like 80 here and 80 here, right? Even if you can get to like the silver, like plus 40, that's like a lot. That's a big saving to have. when you compare it with this as well. So like it's like 160 in total when you get them all done. So that will help a lot, area bonuses. I know Live Arena sucks, but that's where it's big, so. Yeah, the big value with Nia, essentially, is this is on a... it's on a 3-turn cooldown. That's the big value with it. It means that you can basically just run it permanently, because it's effectively with Emic, it's a 2-turn cooldown, right? Because he's reducing all the skill cooldowns by 1. So Emic puts it to 2-turn, so she's basically getting this almost every other turn, which is what I was saying about Emic. Whenever if you watch the VOD back, you'll notice all I'm doing is this. I'm never doing A1. So the fact they nerfed A1 doesn't matter, because I'm always going this, into this, into this, into this, into this, into this. I'm alternating. Even though it's a 3-turn cooldown, it's actually a 2-turn cooldown because Nia resets it. This is a 4-turn cooldown. It's actually a 2-turn cooldown because Nia resets it. So it's just like boom, 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 boom. Yeah, we did a full run with it, Daniel. I don't know if you caught it. We did a full run. It needs refinement. But there it is. Brutal with the setup. So we were using Nia to reset Emic and Emic to reset the team, and then Duchess would provide the Veil, and these were my 3 damage dealers with Weaken, Decreased Defense, Hex, Decreased Attack, and then Damage. The problem we were having was the block debuffs and the Veil was falling off, which led to Emic and Nia taking fears, which led to them then not applying the rotation. So as long as these two did not get feared or provoked, we always were working. There was one moment as well where there was a 3% steal on the taunt from Emic. That can happen. There's not much to mitigate that other than just stacking more protection sets, but it's very low risk. I think it happened once in a however long run it was. It was like an hour-long run, I think it was in the end. So that's pretty low, but it works really well. So I will be doing a video on that. I don't know if it'll be tomorrow because I've already run it now, but I might be able to use some of the VOD footage to kind of showcase it. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, I mean, it's a very, very strong strategy for anyone who wants to try and push higher. You just don't have to deal with the consumption counter, and that's a very big deal. So yeah. Anyway, guys, it is 1:40 in the morning. We have been streaming for 5.5 hours. That's a long time. It's a long time. I hope you have enjoyed. I hope that was fun. Oh. My voice is going. I will see you all tomorrow on Twitch. If you don't have my Twitch URL, it is twitch.tv/Saphira. I will be probably streaming some more Diablo 4 because we are now starting to build a gear. Build a build, something like that. I don't know. The brain is going. Have a good evening, guys. If it is evening, have a good sleep. If it's night, have a good morning. If it's day, I will catch you all tomorrow on Twitch. Ciao.
This Black Friday sale